Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for our final series of the day here, rounding out the last weekend of CLOL before we go to Raleigh, North Carolina for the live finals. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again in the casting booth by my boy Alk. So Alpha bot lane, back at it again. I guess not bot lane because you don't want to see me at support, you know. I gotta take
It's been a while.
Yeah. I remember a couple times I owed you support, and every time I played support, report, I lost you more LP, so I gotta get you back one of these days, Alec. But, solo queue rant aside, we had just experienced a pretty awesome conclusion of our series between Winthrop University and the University St. Thomas. Winthrop now waiting in the lower finals for the opponent that will come at the conclusion of this series between Maryville University and Ole Miss.
The fact that Winthrop is going on a tear through the lower bracket, I think so fun there. The fact that we're also getting potentially a rematch of some of our finals from years past, whether that be in conference or here at the Collegiate Championship, only in the lower finals. Very exciting. But today, or the end of our broadcast here, we've got an amazing series. We've got the first seed in Maryville going up against the second seed in Ole Miss. And the fact that these two teams have not really been able to play each other throughout the year, whether that be, in some other competitions, just makes this matchup that much better, that much more exciting.
That's right. And to remind everyone how we got here in the first place, let's take a look at that bracket graphic, starting in the upper side where we started with many teams, and we are now about to preview and get into our upper finals between Maryville and Ole Miss University, whereas the series that just played earlier today was in the lower bracket where University St. Thomas tried to do their best to endure the seemingly revitalized Winthrop University going on that lower bracket tear through multiple teams, where they are now waiting the opponent who will be the person that is defeated between Ole Miss University and Maryville University in that lower finals for a chance to go to Raleigh, North Carolina.
Being able to show up at NC State is going to be a lot of fun, and for these two teams, a big portion and a big focus for them is just making it to the LAN. I know that speaking to Collimer and speaking with the Ole Miss boys, a lot of this competition, and I think this goes for a lot of the players here, is wanting to make it in person, want to be able to play on that stage and be able to hoist a trophy, especially for a player like Shogo, who hasn't really been able to hoist a trophy, at least in 2 years now. Obviously, with SLU winning last year, and the last trophy he was able to get in 2023, wanting to at least prove himself and tie the record for most amount of trophies for an individual player. Still at 3, still Saskia over Pryor, an alum over at Maryville University, but I think a very big program for him, and being able to beat Maryville all time, he's looking pretty good in that matchup.
That's right. Well, we got to remind everyone, not only it's for the sake of winning that CLOL championship, but what is at stake at the end of the road here. The fact that we're in top 4, we're already starting to see some of the rewards of that prize pool being dished out now. 4th place getting 5,000 USD, 3rd place getting 6,000, 2nd place getting 8K, and then 1st place getting 16,000 at the end of the day, on top of that grand prize of the CLOL championship title under your belt. It's a hell of a way to be able to cap our collegiate season here in 2025.
Yeah, $35,000 split 4 ways. Feeling pretty good about their odds of being able to make that one. And all of our teams here for Ole Miss and Maryville, they're already at least top 3, even if they were to lose here today for either of them. So still a very, very prestigious event for them to be able to win, and very important for both of these programs. And more so for Maryville, as they haven't been able to really claim that title in the last couple of years. But we can kick it to our rosters. I think the fact that we're kind of taking a look at 2 different programs on 2 different trajectories. Ole Miss trying to prove themselves, and really, I think, trying to make their mark here in the collegiate landscape.
That's right. And I think a really cool story about our final 3 remaining teams overall here in the college championship is the fact that all 3 of these teams are also competing in NACL as well for the spring split. Just goes to show how far these collegiate programs have been able to take themselves in the past recent years. Obviously, as you have said before, Ole Miss University being the newest collegiate program added to the landscape. And since then, this has been their strongest showing so far, being able to make it beyond the top 7th, 8th placing after taking a surprising upset defeat at the hands of the eventual winners of last year's collegiate championship in St. Louis University.
Oh, yeah. Just seeing Ole Miss finally be able to kind of break that. They've been low-key tournament favorites ever since last year, but haven't really been able to prove themselves, even in NACL, eventually getting eliminated in pretty unfortunate fashion while playing under the Supernova banner. But we can take a look at their opponents. We talk about a new program. Well, let's talk about the best program to ever do it here in North American League of Legends. It is Maryville University, the Saints, yet again. And I think a big talking point is there is no baggage for this team. Yes, they are having Shimmer come in with Yuji, moving on up to Team Liquid over in the LTA, but this is a fully new roster. There is no more Niles. He is on the coaching staff, but this really feels like, for me, I want to see these guys kind of prove themselves under a program that is as prestigious as Maryville.
That's right. And if we want to go down memory lane, the last time that Maryville University won a collegiate championship, and you look at that roster compared to now, like you said, Niles was the original top laner back in the day. Now, the main coach for this squad, names like CKG, the original GOAT jungler for this program, Wolfie in the mid lane, Saskia in the bot lane, Clyde at support, and Zoo, the original coach for that roster. It just, like, to me, that feels like yesterday, Alec. But the fact that it's already been 6 years since that 2019 run against, I believe it was Western University in the finals. You had names like UC Irvine as well in there in the top 4. Wow, it just goes to show that, you know, so much time has passed, even though it feels like it was just, you know, only moments ago that we were seeing Maryville University hoist what was going to seem like, you know, one of many more CLOL championships to come. The fact that haven't been able to see a title in 6 years is, you know, was surprising after that 2019 win.
Yeah, and they've gotten particularly close. You look at the last 5 years, you go back, you know, consecutively, they get second in 2024 and 2023. They end top 4 in 2022. And then they make top 2 again in 2021. Like, this is a program that has proven historically, with many different names coming throughout the roster, that they are making it to top 2 and making it all the way through the collegiate championship. And a lot of those top 2s were stopped by a player on Ole Miss, stopped by Shogo himself. So we're here for draft here coming into game number 1. Maryville on the blue side. Big focus is going to be obviously this bottom lane, but for Maryville, the strength of their solo laners. Zamudo and Spyrax have been insane prospects all year long, and kind of some of their, I guess, their history preceding themselves.
Yeah, it is a big task to ask for Maryville University, even though this is definitely one of the strongest rosters that has been assembled in recent collegiate history. It is also currently the strongest roster in NACL at the moment. Granted, there was a big shakeup in the jungle with, you know, Yuji getting his big shot, promoting to Team Liquid in the LTA. Obviously, big congratulations to him, very much deserved. Shimmer has big shoes to fill, coming in for not only a back-to-back NACL most valuable prospect, but also probably considered the best player in collegiate until being promoted to LTA.
Okay, so let's take a look at these drafts right now. A lot of topside focus here from Maryville. The Yorick, the Rumble, and the Scion taken away alongside the Gwen. So imagine that Jace is probably going to be the best top laner to choose here. You have no tanks you have to deal with, and still a great flex coming in for both of their solo laners.
Jace, the current hover, is already locked in. Mbessa might be the answer from Stray. However, the thing about other options, well, that's not a Varus blind pick. It's the Lucian slammed out Shogo trying to kick things off early in this series.
Yeah. I wonder if this is going to be the Lucian Melio. I know we've been seeing a lot of Lucian Nami, particularly in the LPL, but I think that Lucian Melio covers a lot of your bases. Seems like instead they're going to go ahead and pick themselves the Mbessa. It has been kind of the go-to answer into Jace, especially if you still want backline access. So immediately Maryville saying, okay, if you want to try to dive in on us, if you want to use that public execution from the Mbessa, well, hell, we're going to take the Xayah Rakan. So a strong bot lane duo, something that they're going to need for Sajed and Zyko when playing up against Maryville, or playing up against Ole Miss's bottom lane.
That's right. And looks like you may have called it here, Alec. Nami being currently hovered, if not confirmed, for that final pick of the red side here in this first phase of picks and bans. Lovers duo bot lane was locked in for the side of Maryville University. Now we're going to get a chance to see what kind of bans start to come through here. Looks like a Xin Zhao is the first one, just trying to deny priority junglers here away from Shimmer.
Yeah. So a focus, I think, for Maryville is also going to be thinking about some of the junglers here, especially. We're going to see probably a huge focus. And, I mean, the fact that Vi is making it through this draft, I think that is something that Maryville is going to have to address. Also, Nefiri making it all the way through here. I know that Keel hasn't really been kind of reaching for this champion, but especially for Maryville, you have to also be thinking, Shimmer, are we going to be getting like a Udyr or a Hecarim potentially?
Yeah, Shimmer could bust out some very, very spicy picks here. We know that while a lot of the priority junglers in the meta have been ones that are giving a lot of facilitation and enabling to laners, Pantheon, it not only does the facilitating very well, but has the potential to just get completely out of control in the early game. And to me, Alk, I look at this, Pantheon, Lucianami, you are trying to not even do a full clear bot side, you're trying to do a 3 camp into bot dive, get Shogo fed as soon as possible.
Someone's dying, bro. Someone's dying when you have this Pantheon and this Lucian. Mid-game, we're talking about a massive power spike coming in for Ole Miss, especially with this Electrocute. Being able to play on mid-wave is going to be very important. We're going to see Shimmer pick up the Nefiri. Imagine there has to be some kind of Rise answer. I really prefer to have some kind of setup from mid lane, especially for Nefiri early on. And when you look at this Ole Miss lineup right now, I think maybe they're kind of picking between 2 different mages. The Talia would be definitely a great takeaway from having the Pantheon set up. So it seems like that is going to be the case here for Maryville. So strong laning coming on through, especially being able to have Jace play on the side lane and Talia eventually with that semi-global move on over potentially help as well.
What do you think of Syndra right here into the Talia?
I think it's okay. The only worry I have is, you might get outpoked by something like a Jace.
Sure.
But I think Syndra still works, especially if we're talking about just having, like, really deadly mid-jungle 2v2. So instead it's going to be that last pick, Orianna. Strong team fighting here for Ole Miss, and I think for both of these teams, when I look at these mid-jungles, and I specifically look at our mid laners here, it is all about setup. It is all about making sure that you're in areas that you can try to make plays happen, especially for Orianna. Control of space is going to be paramount if Ole Miss want to find victory here today.
And my one concern for Ole Miss University with this composition being drafted, Alk, is if you do not snowball with this composition, how do you reliably dive Azaya, Rakan, Talia at later stages into the game, right? Yeah, your engages are limited to Tidal Wave and Pantheon and Bessa sending it. And I don't know, if Public Execution can reliably find the backline and be a shockwave delivery system, that could potentially work as well. But it really does seem like that Ole Miss University have put their eggs into Snowball Shogo basket or bust and go next.
You know what? I will say neither of these teams really have a very robust front line, so they have some champions that can kind of get around that fact, having the Nefiri, having the Pantheon with their 2 different abilities of either invulnerability or untargetability. So maybe there's a chance we just get like an all-out brawl. I don't think anybody's going to be surviving after most of these plays.
True.
If we're talking about dive, think about the fact that Ole Miss can kind of turn on a dime and immediately reposition themselves with this Pantheon and the Ambassa top lane. I think for me, what I'm going to be looking at is our top laners. Again, like Stray as a person coming on through for this lineup, I think was very exciting when he first joined last year, but I think so far coming into 2025 he has started to slip in some of their performances, not being as sharp as a player, and I think we've also seen that go over into their performance in NACL.
Well, we'll see if things can be rewritten here for the case of Ole Miss University as we are slowly loading up onto the Rift for game 1 of our second and final series of the day here for the CLOL Championship. It's still just, honestly, I'm still thinking about how awesome it is to finally see Maryville once again get another potential shot at, fighting for a championship title, the first in 6 years. It's exciting to see Ole Miss get this far potential top 3 finish at the very least. If not, if they're able to, get this win over Maryville University, it will be their first time making it all the way to a finals for the program, and it would be a return for Shogo to the final stage.
Just so much history between these two programs individually, and especially here on the Rift. We're getting started. Game number 1 here between Maryville and the University of Mississippi. Just exciting stuff, especially when we look at the bracket as a whole. It is the NECC versus the North right now. They're the last 2 conferences represented here in the CLOL Championship and have been going neck and neck. And I think the big talk of the town coming into this tournament as a whole. Everybody else, I think, trying to play spoiler to that expectation. So early vision coming in here for Maryville on the top side, wanting to track where Keel is going to be starting. And I think a big importance, again, coming down to these solo laners, a very big boon for Maryville, even with the replacement of their star jungler in UG.
Doesn't look like we're going to get any exciting level 1 plans. As you already pointed out, some early vision put it down onto Keel's Raptor camp. No aggressive vision from the side of Ole Miss University on Shimmer's own bot side jungle. So while we have some moment here, I want to remind everyone, and a shout out to Exit Lag, which is one of our sponsors. And why use Exit Lag, y'all? Reduces lag, connection instability, and packet loss for a smoother gaming experience. As we're now into the laning phase for our first game for our upper final series. This is another best of 5. First to 3 will clinch the team victorious a spot and their tickets booked in the grand finals in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Jungler starting on the opposite side, so Keel, we talked about a probable focus going into that bottom lane, and that'll be the case for Ole Miss, while Shimmer looking for a full clear here. I think big point, we are still on 2508, so being able to full clear and making sure that you are close to level 6 on that second spawn of grubs, a big focus for them. And already Sajed down to a quarter of his HP, and also bit of a change here in terms of the runes. Shogo going for the PTA, so more of that mid-game spike instead of that early game damage and lane prowess that we would expect from the Lucian Nami.
PTA can be quite deadly if you're able to weave it in before unloading with the Culling. Spyrex trying to defend this wave, getting crashed in by Asila early on. Nice combo usage here, but looks like Asila is able to answer back with a nice QW. Asila walking away. Both of these mid laners have TP, so could look for early bases. Nice grand entrance. Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Shogo, forcing the barrier, but Sajed was taken super low as well. Both AD carries under fire, but Sajed is going to be the first one to retreat.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a massive wave lost. Great use of the summoner spells there from Shogo. By using that barrier, gives himself a little bit more HP. They'll be able to crash this wave. Don't know how much more is really going to be gained out of this bottom lane, just by fact that they don't have a ton of HP, and even with Keel down here, I think it's a pretty big ask for him to try to stop the back, or try to go for a dive versus the Xayah Rakan early. So right now, I think Stray does need to be a little bit careful here. We're seeing some pretty innovative pathing coming in from Shimmer, utilizing some of that mobility from the Nefiri. Thought maybe there was going to be a path up into the top side, but we're already starting to see a swap come through for Ole Miss. They're going to try and relieve Stray and really make sure that this Jace is under a lot of threat.
And because we are on the old Noxus map, as you already alluded to, Out, you gotta be here early on for that 6-minute first grub rotation spawn. As Zamudo forced to flash away, Shogo thought about potentially maybe falling after, but did not have another spell rotation for that quick use of the Gunslinger passive. So, at least for now, Zamudo will be safe, but now down a summoner spell.
That was very close. I think that was an auto attack that got canceled there by Shogo, whether intentionally or just by not having the range, and Zamudo might be dead anyway.
He gets the W for the movement speed. Flash forward. Shogo picks up first blood.
Okay, that's a good start there. Shogo and Rhino already getting off to a massive lead. They already cut Sajed off of a big wave earlier on. And now Zyko is going to be making his roam on up. It'll be Maryville late on the swap here. Now with both of their top laners already putting forward themselves in the top lane or in the bottom lane here with their teleports, I wonder if maybe there's a swap back. Maryville and the rest of Ole Miss, they will be a little bit weaker here when it comes to talking about these first set of grubs. He's going to be spawning in about a minute's time here, and kind of looking at towards our junglers again, whether or not Keel's going to really be able to answer. There's a lot of vision around this mid lane.
And currently, Spyrex having the push in at least allows for Maryville University to play first for that rotation of grubs, despite Shogo and Rhino rotating early towards the top side of the map. I'm curious to see if Keel will go for a dragon trade. Shogo's got to be careful. He has no summoner spells. Zyko and Sajed trying to take advantage of that.
Okay, going for the trade back. They have no spells, so hell, why not look for it? But they're going to be missing out on a little bit here. You see the pings on the map right now. Ole Miss need to be careful. Shogo has his barrier coming back up, but no flash still. Rhino also has the heal if they really need it, but potentially a dive coming on through. Spyrax just waiting in fog. They have the Talia ult as well. Shimmer. Oh, maybe there's more.
4-man dive. Shimmer's not even level 6, but that is A-okay. Shogo, even with the barrier, will not survive and doesn't even find a trade on back. Spyrex living with less than 50 HP on the play. Maryville University rise as a squad and take down the self-proclaimed CLOL GOAT.
Wait, where is Spyrax going? He's okay. He just ends up executing. It'll be local experience given over to Keel. But a pretty big wave being missed by at least some of the members there. It's going to be Asila picking up that wave. Stray's got to be careful. He has ultimate still.
And he has flash. Zamudo is going to try to make him work for it, but not enough to at least force the flash out of him. Meanwhile, Rhino could be in trouble, trying to flash away from the shockwave, but it still clips him, and now Shimmer could be in trouble, overextending his welcome. Keel flashing forward, takes out the new jungler for Maryville University, already taking advantage, and now there's a chance for Ole Miss to find the first rotation of grubs here.
That should have been Maryville's possibility of being able to contest for grubs. I mean, even with Spyrax going down, he was going to get back into mid lane. They were going to have a small advantage here. It'll be one grub going over to Ole Miss, as again, the solo lanes in particular being able to help Maryville out. Actually, didn't even get a single grub there. So a punish onto Shimmer. And even in the bottom lane, Zamudo just gets completely 1v1'd. Stray uses that public execution, punishes the fact that Zamudo does not have flash, and Ole Miss will claim the feats of warfare.
Now, this past week on NACL, it seems like Ole Miss, playing under Supernova, had leveled up significantly going into what could be, their biggest week of the CLOL Championship, to see if they can close the distance and at least make it to Raleigh, North Carolina. Being able to take a game off of Luminosity Gaming showed us that they were at least capable of being able to tangle with one of the top dogs in NACL, and Maryville University, aka Dark Zero Dragonsteel, in the same place. If Ole Miss are able to rise up and find that kind of sparks brilliance in their performance, so far, it looks like it is definitely possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Still a lot of game here to play here. Only 8 minutes into this game, number 1. Another wave crash there by Zamudo, so at least gaining himself priority, playing a little bit safe. You can see that right now. Keel gonna finish on the bottom side by getting these 3 camps, but maybe another attempt. Spyrax will be able to push his midway first, and he does have Weaver's Wall up and available in a few minutes time, or a few seconds time, so maybe another look here. But I think an ultimate advantage going over to Ole Miss until Sajed gets access to that Feather Storm.
Shogo and Rhino backing off the wave, knowing that there is no control over Spyrax's Talia, who could just roam up and really make their lives miserable. It just guarantees that this first rotation of grubs finally falls in the favor of Maryville University, whereas Keel is going to go for the first dragon trade.
Ooh, interesting here. I just saw on the minimap Zyko ends up canceling Shogo's recall, so he's going to be stuck under this. Don't think there's going to be a dive out from Shimmer, but maybe a play going a little bit astray, and maybe in the mid lane if they really want to. You can see right now is a big focus for Maryville's bottom lane to just make sure that not only are they hitting their benchmarks, but even setting up for a play on this top side. Ole Miss, big strategy for them for the past year after picking up Shogo onto the lineup has been making sure that this bot lane is up to snuff and that they can try to carry games. Straight coming mid lane alongside Keel.
Really nice prediction, though, from Spyrex. Can at least find the seismic shove onto Keel and dodging away from that.
Where is Shogo on the map?
I mean, Keel really wants to push it, but that means Maryville University have guaranteed numbers advantage into Shogo and Rhino and find another kill onto the Lucian.
The bottom lane here from Ole Miss, they aggressed forward. They walked up against Maryville's bottom lane. They didn't know exactly where Shimmer was, but all of this vision is in favor of Maryville on the top side. So while trading out the summoner spells, Spyrax stays alive, protects his mid lane turret, and that was a massive investment coming in from Ole Miss, including losing their AD carry. So good punish coming in from Maryville and a stall from the solo laners.
I was definitely expecting a lot more focus from both jungle and I don't know, maybe solo lanes to play exclusively through Shogo. So far, it's just been Shogo and Rhino trying to find their own advantages, and Maryville University have sent multiple members to try and defuse it so far, and at least have been able to find, you know, or put 2 deaths under Shogo's name. He's still able to at least keep himself ahead of the item curve at the moment, but if Maryville University continue punishing Shogo and Ole Miss University have no great responses or are not backing him up, it pretty much defeats the purpose of the win conditions we thought this draft was supposed to play out.
I mean, look, right now, Shogo has about a level lead over Sajed right now. Probably half a level now that he's been able to get a little bit more experience, but does make this a little bit tougher for them to play. Shogo looking with the culling. It's going to take a large chunk of their HP, but there's no real objective for them to play for, and by missing out on those first 3 grubs, Shimmer's just able to stand here and kind of play defense for the rest of his team. Vision control has not really been a strength of Ole Miss, at least here in this first game. And while there's a lot of priority on this bottom lane, it seems like Ole Miss are just getting a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, at least Shogo and Rhino are still able to keep up the pressure against the Xayah and Rakan. But as you pointed out, you know, that use of the culling, it's going to be a while before we get another dragon. Meanwhile, Syla isn't going to... I thought it was going to flash QW forward since that Spyrax did not have flash available. Already used the shockwave to force him out. Weaver's wall is available. No teleport, so Spyrax can either choose to just glide on back to top lane or look for a proactive play closer somewhere on the map.
I think it's tough. You do have these grubs spawning in a minute, and right now, Ole Miss, they have priority in top lane. They have priority in mid if they want it. Good cancel onto Sajed and Psycho, being a little bit cheeky, so it's another wave that they'll be missing out on. Zumudo can't teleport, but he just used his flash in that bottom lane play. So some ultimates will be missing for this next upcoming fight, but I expect that Ole Miss are going to want to try to contest for grubs. If not, really what are they going to be able to trade for here? And are you going to give the team that has a Talia and a Jace the ability to side lane even with maybe 5-6 grubs? Don't really know if that's going to be a winning strategy for Ole Miss. And so we'll see. Maryville right now getting right back out onto the map.
Yeah. Side note, really awesome first purchase here from Zumudo with the Serpent's Fang. Just taking note that a lot of the sustain from Stray outside of his Omnivamp with the level 6 passive is just through the shields on his W. And then, of course, if you're looking for prime target numero uno, which is Shogo, has barrier, might also get the command protect from Asyla's ball on the Orianna as well. That will cut the shieldings down to sizes. The second grub's already being fought for. Teleport from Asyla, joins the top river. Shimmer trying to see if he can look for the next 2 here. Keel getting very close to looking at least for 1. Tries to stun up Shimmer, but that is the good use of the call of the pack to guarantee that the sun does not connect. Oh, did they get all 5? Shockwave does pull Spyrax in. They know that Flash was not available, and now they're trying to fight out a 4 versus 3. Shogo waiting for his moment. Flash from Keel, right on top of Shimmer. No call of the pack available. He gets it again off a cooldown, but there is the auto tax from the Lucian. Shogo being able to pay all the ganks tenfold by saying, I'm still better.
The Darkened Daggers, the bleed coming out from Shimmer gives them an additional grub. So it'll be 5-1 here. We'll see how Maryville will be able to utilize those grubs. Stray goes in with a public execution. He just finds him.
Zumudo. He's got to be careful, though. Turret shot was starting to ramp up here. At least cancels the base from Zumudo for now. Forces him to clear out this minion wave before looking for a recall. Stalls out some extra time for Ole Miss University on the map. That is first brick secured for Ole Miss.
Okay, but remember, still a pretty tough fight here. I just want to watch this 5th grub go down, honestly. That's the most exciting part. Control of space was going to be name of the game, and I like what Asyla's doing, putting down these grubs. We go back to live instead. We find that they were able to finally punish Zumudo. So this Jace 0-3, still I think very, very dangerous despite the scoreline here, and maybe Shogo just dead.
He's able to find 1E over the wall, but not going to escape Spyrex's grasp here on the Talia. Still had a flash in case the Talia really needed to close the distance there, but the fact that Ole Miss are actively using Keel to not exclusively play through Shogo, but actually putting a lot of time into helping Stray out in the 1v1. It's actually giving Stray at least resources to keep even with the Jace, but opening up the map with the Shogo death means that Maryville University get the second dragon of the game.
Yeah, that's kind of my issue right now is, yes, we obviously are trying to, the team is not just Shogo and 4 wards. That's going to hurt a little bit there, alongside losing the dragons. So you look across the map, I feel like Maryville are playing the map a little bit better than their opponents. Still, Zamudo, despite the scoreline, still has a gold lead versus this Nbessa. Also is now taking a turret in the bottom lane. Maryville's solo lanes have been such a big strength for them, whether it's here in Collegiate or them playing in Tier 2. And we're going to continue to see that from Spyrex and Zamudo.
Yeah, even with some of the deaths they've experienced, they still find a way to keep themselves even, if not ahead of gold, compared to their solo lane counterparts. That's just been a constant strength about this Maryville roster, whether it's here in CLOL or in NACL or any of the collegiate competitions that we've seen across the country over the past couple of months here. As Ole Miss trying to maintain priority in this mid wave. The next big objective is Rift Herald, currently already on the map. Next dragon not spawning for another 4 minutes here. We'll see if Maryville University can survive this mid-game one-item spike, where Ole Miss University have a lot of strength over, and then start to slowly eclipse them as the game continues on.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried, though. Maryville, they have constant mid-priority thanks to having the Xayah. They're going to try to find this pick on Akeel, but they're just pushing them out of mid so that they can make this play. They've now moved over the Jace. This is going to probably be a straight 5-on-5. I think Asila also needs to be very careful. They're just sending it onto the Orianna.
Asila was forced to flash over the pit. Now that's a Orianna without a summoner spell. Zamudo forced to flash away. Tidal Wave was coming through. Calling not going to find its mark as Zamudo's able to dip behind the minion wave for protection. Rest of Maryville University were forced to back off the Rift Herald just to make sure that Zamudo did not go down for free. And now Ole Miss have an opportunity to look for the Herald since Zamudo does not have teleport.
They have 3 ultimates down. They weren't able to find Zamudo, and if he really needs to be here, he can use the Hextech portals if he needs to get there. Zyko actually taking one of them and said we're not going to be making a play for the Herald. Seems like right now they just need to be able to answer on the map, push their waves, and then we can try to go again in about 30 seconds time. Can we go for another push? No Weaver's Wall, and Shimmer also missing on that ultimate now as well. So I think Maryville are just going to have to go back, wait for their turn yet again before they're able to make another play.
Yeah. Good patience by Ole Miss not to just pull the trigger immediately onto the Rift Herald and just play for the guaranteed advantage of getting those waves shoved in. Oh, Silo doesn't have flash here. He's got to be careful. Psycho, not going to pop the quickness here. Thought that maybe he would want to try to look for it with Spyrex nearby. Meanwhile, Stray under fire. Keel's ulting, but he's super far away. Stray doesn't have public execution for another 30 seconds or so. Are they going to try to turn it around here? Looking for Zamudo, knowing that there is no flash on this Jace, and the flash from Stray guarantees that he does not fall to Shimmer. Now, as the dogs will at least keep Keel occupied for now, Maryville University were able to find Asile on the top side somehow. Maybe we'll get a replay, maybe not, but at least Maryville University, as you said before, Alk, every time Ole Miss University are looking for a play, Maryville are still equalizing on the other side.
Yeah, University of Mississippi being able to really make a big play there on the bottom side, but losing out. It's going to be the trade of turrets here as Spyrex is going to have access in mid lane. Shogo walking forward.
I mean, Zyko was forced to pop the quickness, might just die, but the Locket of the Iron Solari isn't enough. And Jet with the well-placed Feather Caller is able to root Shogo there and ensure Zyko survives.
I'm still liking this for Maryville. Yes, they are surviving in the mid lane. They may have given over a kill onto Zamudo, but I mean, you're still playing the map that much better. Again, these solo lanes from Maryville, I think, really carrying a large burden, and this bottom lane, just playing safe, just making sure that they're surviving the play in mid lane. They gave up a turn in mid, and I feel like even though I think that the gold is slightly in favor of Ole Miss, what I'm worried about for this game coming through is we haven't really been able to see Ole Miss actually take control of a lot of these objectives. They lost out on the grub trades. They're starting out on the Rift Herald, but they're going to lose access to this bottom lane wave again. And you put your eggs into, you know, maybe Stray being able to do something on this Mbessa, but now you're giving over control of mid lane and the dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Maryville should be able to rip that as soon as it spawns. Ole Miss, a little bit secluded on the top side. They're just going to go for the Otacon trade right here instead. And now Maryville are forced to answer the call here. Shimmer should be close by. Can't see it on the map here, right behind the Zaya. Psycho getting vision, sees that it's 5k HP. Zamudo has teleported to the top side. Stray looking.
Oh, wait a minute.
Jed. Featherstorm is now forced out. 1700 HP. Keel secures the Otacon. Stray annihilating Sajed into the back line. And that is the investment paying off tenfold for this Mbessa getting snowballed and protected by Keel, as now Stray is keeping them single-handedly in the pit. Does not go down. Spyrax, the only survivor. Shimmer is running for his life somewhere in the red quadrant of Ole Miss.
Oh, Pantheon tried to ult slide on through. Maybe it'll be a Stray spear hitting onto Shimmer, but it is going to be two members of Maryville surviving, and the Otacon going over to Ole Miss. Finally a team fight, and an explosive one there. They finally were able to find Sajed in that fight. This is such a close game now. I mean, them being able to grab the Otacon feels good, but think about the actual monster objectives they have access to. Doesn't feel like they're going to be able to really utilize this, and Stray in Fog of War finds Sajed. The opposite side of this, though, Shimmer and Spyrax being able to find Orianna, I think very important in this fight in the pit. I think incredibly close here.
Stray just keeping them all busy while Shogo teasing Zamudo and Zyko, baiting them forward, while Stray is not the sole focus from the side of Maryville University. And the fact that even though Shogo was focused early on, he's still remaining relevant. He's still strong on this Lucian. Already now with the Infinity Edge, second completed item of the game. Looking for that third item. I think he was already sitting on a crit cloak before that Otacon fight. Should be close now to his third item of the game.
Yeah.
We were concerned about Ole Miss kind of getting outscaled later the game goes on, but now that they found a decent enough gold lead, they're hitting item spikes faster than Maryville University for the most part. Still no third item for the side of Shogo's Lucian, whereas Maryville University, you're looking at the carries in Talia and Zaya and Jace to really make the difference in these next couple of fights here.
I'm looking at this. I mean, part of that play, and I think, oh no, there he goes, Asila. He's just going to get caught out by himself. One part that I was going to try to talk about was that Ole Miss, they were focusing on the top side of this map. They got the Rift Herald there, they got the Otacon, and I thought maybe Ole Miss were going to be able to focus into mid lane.
Shogo got blocked by the wall. He tried to dash, but the wall clipped him mid-dash. Maryville University able to find two big pickups and shutdowns onto the carries of Ole Miss.
And how much more can Maryville get? Because they were already pushing on top side. Talia's going to be able to pick up another wave here. And imagine with 5 grubs, Maryville University should be able to take this mid-tier 1. But Keel and Rhino are going to put on the defense of a lifetime.
Keel getting super
Stray?
low. The Dark and Dagger does not go, but Stray trying to be the equalizer here will find Sajed. No flash, no Featherstorm available to survive that one, but a good seismic shove. Stray forced to flash. Nice bubble from Rhino, keeps Psycho locked in place. Zamudo is called to the mid lane just because things were getting dicey for Maryville there.
Wow, Stray is saving them in this game right now. There were big questions coming into this series if Stray was really going to be able to hold his own versus Zamudo individually, because you look at his performance and Stray honestly has felt kind of like the weak link, someone who has stayed on the map a little bit too long, someone who has been getting caught out in some of these fights. But here in this first game, he got a lot of resources, I think a lot of attention in parts of this game, and he is just getting straight into this backline now. kind of stopping the play from Maryville. If Maryville did not fall in that play, they would have been able to hit on this mid lane tier 1, maybe even take out Keel, but he finds the flank, also forces Spyrax's teleport, so Maryville solo laners are not really living up to some of that pedigree. Maybe Spyrax can be argued against his mid lane counterpart, but so far, Ole Miss trying to keep this first game competitive, and I think that's the name of the game here for the Land Sharks. They need this first game to go well for them, as Maryville, I think, still expected favorites, but this is really their first test here in the CLOL Championship.
That's right, and for Ole Miss being able to come off what was one of their strongest showings in the NACL, taking a game off of Luminosity Gaming, it did come at the hands of Stray looking a lot better than he had for a majority of that split. Even in the game 2 where it was ultimately a Luminosity Gaming win, his Mbessa was one of the reasons why the game 2 was so close. Shimmer looking for Shogo in the backline, able to make it out, but now Spyrax has cut him off. Zyko trying to look for the Ensign's quickness, finally gets the charm. Zamudo finishes him off. Stray gonna try to make the difference again, this time looking for Spyrax, gets the big shutdown. Keel holding the line, Rhino trying to keep him sustained. Keel survives at least one, finds Psycho. Sajed looking for the fish, trying to make
oh my god, Shimmer!
Keel's alive! And as Silas saves it, Shockwave will be flashed, but Sajed and Zamudo are forced to retreat now as Stray on this Mbessa looking to devour another couple carries. The Featherstorm won't do jack all. Sajed,
oh my god, Sajed!
And Big E will be able to rip the feathers, but Keel is surviving. He's sustaining. Zamudo can't get the job done. Ole Miss find the ace at 26 minutes.
Stray is popping off on this Mbessa. He gets a last second heal from Rhino. You can look at his build. He is trying to be a raid boss, be a big damage threat. Potentially now 3 items finished for this Mbessa. Had the Cyclo Sword, the Spear of Shojin, and now finishes on a Sundered Sky. This guy has like 4,000 HP right now. It is a massive threat coming into this first game. Level 16 with all of those blood petals picked up by Ole Miss. An insane fight coming on through, and now we're getting right back out onto the map. That started off with a pick onto Shogo, with them really trying to put out damage, but it feels like Maryville starting to slip a little bit in this game, with their solo laners not having to have that same influence we've seen from them all season long. We get right into this, and Shogo wastes so much of Maryville's time with the dashes. Stray gets right into the backline, and it feels like everybody is augmenting this Mbessa between the Orianna, and then I want to watch Rhino here. Let's see if he's able to grab this. Okay, so he doesn't end up grabbing or giving any heals over to Stray. I thought that was one of the reasons he was able to stay alive, but instead distracting Sajed in this play.
Not quite as we see in the picture-in-picture. Hextech Dragon was picked up for Ole Miss. That puts them at Soul Point for our first game of this upper finals. The fact that Maryville University were not able to rip the Baron in response, since Ole Miss were able to send other members towards the top side and really dissuade them from looking for that play, gives enough tempo for Ole Miss to redeploy on the map, continue holding pressure in this mid wave, and Maryville University are going to have to wait for another pick, another opportunity before they can even look at contesting the Baron.
I think the issue that they're going to fall into is that Maryville right now are missing summoner spells, especially for Sajed. No flash. He will have that ultimate if he needs it, but without that summoner spell, Rhino almost getting taken out here by Spyrax, the mid lane of Maryville, and someone who has been a part of the program for such a long time now. Feels like he's trying to really make his name and finally bring home a championship. That has been the big talk of the town for Maryville, the fact that even with talented players, even with some of the best players in their roles outside of Tier 1, some of these guys really haven't been able to kind of translate that into a win here in the Collegiate Championship. And so now we'll see how Maryville will be able to bounce back in this game number 1 as Ole Miss take a lead, and if nothing else happens for the next 3 minutes, there's going to be a dragon fight coming on through for the soul.
And one thing you alluded to, Alk, despite my concerns about Ole Miss's draft into Maryville University the later the game goes on, the fact that there's no real front line for the side of Maryville University means that once Stray is able to blitz to one of the carries and eliminate them, unfortunately there's not much peel that comes out for the carries. It kind of just does become a game of every man for himself once the divers start finding their marks here. As the bubble clipped Shimmer as he was looking for that Hound's Pursuit, so he will not have it for this fight. Keel able to block so much damage off the back end of it. Tidal Wave clipping Zyko, forcing him to flash.
No way, straight found him.
Saljed, and Zabuto falls in the TP. Ole Miss are rolling over Maryville University, and they've just lost out on two of their biggest carries. This should be the Baron taken by Ole Miss.
Hell, I thought Rhino was just good on the Engage champions, but his Nami is looking clean. The Aqua Prison lands. He finds the Mudo. We saw that Stray off to the side is actually able to pick out Sajed, even forcing out the Feather Storm. Ole Miss, like you said, rolling over Maryville University now. They have such a massive lead. They now have the Baron, and Maryville, despite getting some of these early objectives like a Dragon and these 5 Grubs, are just losing out on these team fights without any kind of front line to be able to peel from them. Just the fact that Aqua Prison stops Shimmer from going forward. You saw that Zyko try to make a snap play, was thinking that he was going to be able to follow Shimmer. Not the case here, and a massive punish coming in from Ole Miss.
Oh, Spyrex forced to flash away from Asylum. Didn't know that he didn't have Shockwave, but wanted to respect it at the very least. Now that's a Talia without a flash. Gonna be looking for the recall here, or at least trying to farm up some Krugs and get himself healthy once again. It's the recall from Shimmer. Ole Miss taking full control of this mid wave, looking for the tier 2. It's a Weaver's Wall from Spyrex trying to cut off the minion wave, but the cannon-empowered minion, thanks to the Baron buff, still wailing on the tier 2.
They just want to be able to use this Baron for as long as possible. You have a Dragon spawning in a minute. That'll be Hextech Soul for Ole Miss, and if they're able to grab that objective, I have to imagine that that's just game, if not already the case here for University of Mississippi. Such an exciting game here in a series that hopes to deliver potentially a rematch here going on if these two teams are able to progress throughout the rest of this bracket. See that Ole Miss now posturing forward. They get another turret here. And just again, posturing, making sure that they can get this Baron, get all of this vision in time for the Dragon that spawns.
And Ole Miss have been very adamant that they, coming into 2025, wanted to boast themselves as the best collegiate team here in the championship. And it's been pretty damn hard to confirm that since Maryville University has had prestige over the years. But Shimmer looking for the engage is completely nullified by the response of Ole Miss. Both Zyko and Shimmer forced out of the fight 9 seconds before the Soul comes online for Ole Miss.
That's just going to be Soul here. I mean, Ole Miss, they can basically do no wrong here. We saw that constantly Maryville are trying to find a pick, trying to use this Nefiri combo with Zyko. But the Soul moving on forward, still a Baron here. Looks like that's probably going to be the last wave that Ole Miss have access to. But they were able to spend their gold in between these fights. And with the Hextech portals, it is so much easier for them to recall, get right back out of the map, and apply pressure to Maryville. A big talking point was, yes, Maryville, potential favorites, a first seed coming into this tournament, but with UG gone, there was going to be questions as to whether or not this team was going to be able to deliver. It is only one game, so a lot of this series still left to play here for Maryville, but the fact that both of these teams coming into this are 9-1 in game score, 3-0 across their series in the upper bracket, proving to be the bout that we were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, and even though it's the one game so far played, it's definitely not enough of a sample size to determine whether Shimmer is not being able to fill in Yuji's shoes, because this game has just looked more like Stray, given a lot of resources, has proven to be a reliable and dominant force in these fights on the Mbessa. And I think that's just going to be the question going into Game 2, regardless if, for some reason, Ole Miss are not able to close this one out. Maryville University are going to have to pay a little bit more respect to how much time Keel pays to getting Stray ahead.
Very early on in the series, but again, loser plays again tomorrow versus Winthrop. See now, Shogo and the rest of Ole Miss moving on forward. They're playing on 2 lanes right now. Again, with Hextech Soul, they're going to have massive combat advantage. So they're trying to hit this inhibitor, letting Stray on a side lane as well in the top lane get this last outer turret. Keel's going to ult forward. They're going to try to look for Zamudo.
Trying to make this dive happen. Zyko trying to protect Samuto here. Keel might have overextended for this one. The turret shot gives Rhino at least Spyrax the kill over to Keel, but Rhino was able to find Zamuto, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. No major objectives to play for, so not having a jungler or smite is not going to be the end of the world here. Zyko, wow, that's a lot of damage. Stray finding Spyrax, goes for the alley-oop onto Zyko in the back line. Spyrax is taken out next, and now Ole Miss only have to deal with Shimmer and Sajed and continuing the siege into the base.
How much more can they end up going for? Again, 4 players left. Asila picking up this mid wave. If he really wants to, he can teleport. It is 2 members of Maryville still up. 20 seconds before Zamuto is alive. Are Ole Miss going to go for the end or wait for the Baron spawning in a minute?
12 seconds on Zamuto. Shoko opens with the calling, and Sajed didn't even have Featherstorm. Could not avoid the damage. Flash Hound's pursued, but another Aqua Prison from Rhino stops Shimmer in his tracks. Ole Miss open up the series with the first game win.
This is an exciting one. We had doubts, we had questions if Ole Miss were going to be able to perform here. You look at their track history, some of their biggest series have been disappointments at the Collegiate Championship. Some ones that were looking pretty easy for them and they still fall. But here in the upper finals, at least in game 1, they are performing to the expectation of the 2nd overall seed.
And one of the big concerns that at least we got a pretty damn good answer from Ole Miss was, if you don't play to Shogo, especially when the composition seems to tailor to favor his snowball or, game's doomed kind of angle, they just said, we don't need to play around Shogo. We let Shogo and Rhino absorb all the pressure from Maryville University. We focus our efforts into helping Asila and Stray get ahead of their solo lane matchups so that they are significant positions into the mid game. And the game had paid off. Shogo was still relevant. He was still a force on the front lines, even with 2 or 3 deaths in the early game.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. Again, just showing off a little bit of that versatility for the team. Again, I think Stray having a big step up here in this game number 1. And we'll have to see how we get back to some parity here, as Maryville going to be going back to the drawing board, especially again with Coach Niall is going to be able to lean a little bit on that experience, and we'll see what they have prepared for themselves here in game number 2.
That's right. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it is that second game of the series with Ole Miss going 1-0 in the series. Make sure you stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Ole Miss and Maryville University. And if you just missed out on the first game, Ole Miss is up 1-0, y'all. At the beginning of this series, we had an overall game score of Maryville University versus Shogo all-time, 12-14. And Maryville University, within the CLOL bracket so far of the entire season, has only dropped one individual game loss. They have just doubled that score at the hands of Ole Miss.
Hell, and if they keep losing, they're going to quadruple that, right? Because they'll take 3 losses here and go down to 4. But yeah, exciting stuff. The last time that Maryville as a program was able to beat Shogo was all the way Gateway Legends 2022. Since then, Shogo has been on the winning end, going 3-1 on UST in CLOL 2023, and then winning a fair amount of different series with Ole Miss here, and being very, very impressive. So it kind of feels like that is the talk of the town right now, not only with the North versus the NECC, Maryville going up against now Ole Miss and Winthrop University potentially going further into this bracket, but Shogo versus Maryville is always a story to watch, especially as kind of the new kid on the block and kind of putting this matchup as the best program to ever do it versus the new age CLOL king in Shogo.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about, this Shogo versus Maryville University rivalry that has, been so prominent over the past 2-3 years is that, as we talked about before for Maryville University, they've had multiple rosters since their 2019 championship winning roster. Shogo has seen and played through multiple iterations of, generations of Maryville University coming through. Being one of the players that at least defeated Niles in one of his last attempts as a player to win a championship back for Maryville University. There's been so many players that have been prominent for that program, but still not able to overcome Shogo in the end. And right now, Ole Miss find themselves one game already up in this series, 2 more game wins, and they punch their tickets to Raleigh, North Carolina. A first for Ole Miss as a collegiate program and a return to the final stage for Shogo.
Yeah, see, for Ole Miss, it has been very important for them to kind of translate some of those wins, especially into CLOL championships. Winning some of these collegiate lands is great. Being able to be in finals is awesome, but I think for them especially, and I think for Shogo in particular, again, just being the back-to-back champion 2022 and 2023, very important for him to kind of get back to that final stage after losing last year to SLU early on into the bracket. We're here in game number 2 draft. Sides are not going to be changing as Maryville once again are going to be on the blue side. Whenever we're going to see a same focus on top lane bans. Last time it was the Yorick. It was also the Rumble as well being taken away. So we'll see what the focus here from Maryville University.
And I have to say, even though a majority of our conversations before the series was, Shogo versus Maryville, the big discussion point about game 1 was actually Stray. Stray in the top lane getting so much love from Keel on the Pantheon between the jungle and top laner for this Ole Miss roster. They really made the difference where despite getting, something like a Lucian for early priority on Shogo, Maryville made it their mission to focus him down early on, and it wasn't enough since Stray and Keel pretty much on the back half of those fights hard carried.
I love this, though. You see the adaptations already starting to come on through. Maryville getting rid of the Lucian this time around and taking the Rise themselves. I think bit of a gambit here, recognizing that Keel probably isn't going to be playing too much Nefiri, so why not just take that combo for ourselves and more specifically give Spyrax a champion that yet again is going to be very resilient in a side lane and also be a very strong laner in his own right. So again, we're seeing a bit of the same here for Ole Miss. It's going to be the Orianna again for Asila, who, you know, had some flubs in that game, but is also very new to competitive, all things considered. So being able to see him still grow and potentially even challenge Spyrax in this series is, I think, going to be a big growing point for a player like him.
That's right. Asila is able to at least hold his own for the most part, 1v1. It was only once junglers got involved or other players got involved, then it got a little sticky. But for Ole Miss, they're going to round out their 1-2 combo with the Xin Zhao for Keel, knowing that at least this jungler is still available to make some proactive plays, maybe once again return to some of those side lanes that give Stray a lot of that early love that we saw in the first game. But an answer from Maryville University already. This is probably the most significant change from Game 1 to Game 2, while Spyrax still playing a roamer control mage that can, you know, try and influence side lanes. Shimmer going from something that would prefer more farm-heavy resources like the Nefiri, now a facilitator like the Vi.
Okay, so that was going to be the interesting point for me as to whether or not we were going to see Shimmer, you know, go for more of a full clear or pick up something that's going to give them some agency here. Maryville already having the makings of a composition that's going to be very strong on taking down structures and being able to move around the map particularly quickly. Imagine that Sajet is going to be taking this Tristana into the bottom lane, so explosive pairs potentially going to be very important for them, as now we're kind of seeing from Ole Miss. I'm looking forward to what their bottom lane is going, or what their top side of the map is going to look like for Stray. Not only just because of the matchup that we saw from them in the last game, but also Grubs is going to be a very big question in this one. Maryville getting 5 of them in the first game, and if you give that over to a Tristana, give that over to a Rise, you're going to be in some pretty big trouble.
Yeah, both, especially the Tristana, thanks to her E, can just blow up turrets super fast if you get a majority of those Grubs on your side. Heading into the second round of bans, neither team has locked in a support for themselves, whereas top laners could be up for debate. More than likely, we're still assuming that this Rise is for Spyrax in the mid lane. Would not be out of the question to see a bit of a role swap, or not a role swap, champion swap with Tristana going mid lane and Rise going top lane, whereas we know for certain that a top laner has yet to be locked in for Stray.
So back into this draft, though, we're seeing Leona, we're seeing Nautilus taken away, Maryville with the focus still onto Stray as to what top laners he does not want to take. More, though, that, you know, Ole Miss, they're going to be so strong later into the game. They have great scaling with this Orianna and this Kaisa, but the lane matchup, not particularly very favorable for Shogo so far. So getting rid of the Jake. So many bans. Game 1, the first 3 bans were thrown towards Stray, and now coming into game number 2, there are 4 top lane champions already gone for Stray. Still have access to that Ambessa. Seems like yet again Ole Miss, they're going to try and give him counter. They're on red side. You're playing against Zamudo. You have to be able to cut him out in any kind of sense, considering how creative a player Frankie is.
Does Zamudo just slam Sion here and guarantee that you have a very impactful tank blind pick matchup for something like Maryville University and be that front line? With Alistar locked in as well, you could have the makings of a very, very strong front line and engage combination for Maryville, which, to be honest, they might have been lacking a little bit, but now that you have Vi, now they have Alistar, Flash. Oh my goodness, it is Rise top and Yone
It could be Rise top. It could be Yone top as well. You know, Zamudo has been a bit of a flexer in that way. We'll see where those champions go on through. But Maryville, extremely strong side lanes, extremely strong team fight. And when you look at this setup between a Vi, a Yone, and an Alistar, they're trying to determine, they don't know what kind of matchup they're going to have in top side. They're expecting for Zamudo to have this Yone, but I mean, Yone is such a strong champion in the hands of Spyrax especially. So early game here, I think Maryville should have a lot of priority pushing from both the top lane and their bottom lane. We'll see what the skirmishing potential for University of Mississippi is going to look like. And I think on 2-3 items, this Ole Miss composition really starts to get online, but I'm just worried about that laning phase for them.
Yeah, it really seemed like that maybe Ole Miss were thinking about going for a Scion matchup themselves, but if you play Scion and then the enemy team puts Yone into that matchup, Blade of the Ruined King feels like such an easy way to scale for free into that side lane. And now, with the Renekton, that at least forces the Yone to go into mid lane. It would not have as great of a time early on into the Renekton, but putting the Ryze into top for Zamudo. This is still a Maryville University roster with decent ways to engage, thanks to Vi and Alistar, and now Yone, all three being able to dive into the backline.
Yeah. Just kind of interesting. I feel like, Ole Miss weren't really expecting maybe the Ryze swap. It's something that you do always have to take into consideration when you are playing up against Maryville, and specifically against Zamudo and Spyrax. I still think feeling kind of alongside those storylines that we had coming into this game, which was the solo laners here for Maryville, kind of utilizing a lot of their strength coming into this series. And hopefully we get to see Zamudo on this Ryze. I think a big focus for me is going to be on those grubs. It's going to be hard for the side of Ole Miss to get priority, especially when fighting for mid wave or fighting for that top lane wave when grubs does spawn. So I want to see how Ole Miss are going to be able to tackle this, and going to be watching Keel as to, he's really going to have to be covering for his lanes and trying to generate advantages there.
That's right. Well, hold on to your butts, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 2 between Ole Miss and Maryville University as both teams load up onto the Rift and take to the stage.
It's not LPL. I don't have to wait for Gyos. There's no need to wait at the same time. But seems like a early 5-point start here. Again, we do favor Maryville's lanes early on, and even on 1 and 2 items, they have pretty massive spikes. I think 2 is probably going to be the most competitive in this series. I mean, you look at Maryville, you're going to have 2 items on Yone, 2 items on Tristana, and this Ryze. But at the same time, Ole Miss are going to start to hit some of those breakpoints for a champion like Kai'Sa, and even, strengths of this Orianna.
Uh-oh. All right. I thought flashes were burned suddenly out of my peripheral vision there, but Keel just getting some love taps from Spyrax's Yone and the rest of Maryville University, brute forcing their way into putting a ward down on that Raptor camp. Ole Miss looking to do something similar here, waiting until the very last possible second here, now dropping one on Shimmer's Raptor camp. And it looks like there's actually going to be a delayed invade. Shimmer, he has his own ward. He will spot out the invade and try to play it safe on the Raptors instead, but Keel's going to commit for this red buff.
I mean, I'm okay with this because level 1 Tristana and Alistar are not going to be too powerful, especially for some of the damage that Kai'Sa and Rakan are going to have access to. So a good invade here does mean that Keel will be able to at least steal this red buff. Probably going to be moving immediately into his top side if he wants to try to prevent Shimmer from looking for anything, but does kind of mean that for now Keel will have a minor advantage. And in terms of combat efficacy, I think Keel is going to be feeling very good about him playing into the Vi.
Yeah. And now Keel has a lot of flexibility in what he wants to do. If he wants to just go for a fast 3-camp clear with both buffs on his side, he can go for his Gromp after this blue buff, maybe look for a bot lane dive. It would be really tricky into Alistar and Tristana, so maybe he could just try and full clear and make his way towards top side instead. Yeah. We'll see what Keel decides to do.
I think that full clear meta is just too OP. Again, being able to have your level 6 if you get a single grub on the second take is kind of a backbreaker and something that teams are really trying to play around right now, especially on 25:08. So also going to be tough. Again, still 2 minutes before or 3 minutes before they spawn, but for Maryville is all about having this push in both of the solo lanes right now. And you can see that right now, Shimmer already finishing on his top side, only had access to 5 of his camps, but Zamudo right now getting priority early on, and Stray is only about half HP, so maybe there is an angle here for them to look. Maybe even trying to use some of their solo lanes to walk in enemy jungle.
Asila is going to immediately base with TP on his side, should be able to pick up this cannon wave. Meanwhile, Shimmer, using the priority of Zamudo, is trying to invade and at least forces Keel off of the red buff, but that's okay for the Xin Zhao. Just going to go for the smaller camps. And that means that Shimmer's safest play is just to guarantee the crab on this top river.
I want to watch top lane wave right now because Stray has to be very careful. He knows that enemy jungler is on his side of the map. And now with a ward spotting out Shimmer, he's going to be crossing. He's going to get at least double scuttle. So I think as a jungler, I don't know how you feel about this, Mark. You lose your first red buff of the game, but you get 2 scuttles. I feel like that's an okay trade. It's a little tilting, but
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Red buff is always one of those camps that you're just like, I wish I could have this, and you might feel a little egotistical or your ego being, hurt a little bit by having it invaded on. But if you're playing Vi, your job is to protect your lanes. You have so much scaling power the later the game goes on. If I get double scuttle crabs, my laners should be safe from Xin Zhao. However, Keel has walked around the top scuttle crab. Stray's gonna kill this wave. Zamudo, despite the HP advantage, now has to at least burn flash or just dodge with Keel. Flashing the wind becomes lightning. Very smart. Dodges the slow. Will be forced to TP back to lane.
Yeah, Stray had a little bit more HP. If he had that full rage bar and he's able to heal off the minion wave, maybe there was a bigger play to be on the cards here for Ole Miss and this top jungle duo. But not able to really punish. It's just going to be the flash traded, and hopefully for Stray, he gets a little bit of reprieve from this lane. We have the grub spawning in a minute, so we're going to be watching when these bottom lanes are able to take their recalls. It looks like it's going to be favored towards Maryville, as not only this wave, but the next is going to be pushing for the Saints. And you already see that Keel taking his bottom side camps. They have wards, or they have an idea as to where the Xin Zhao is. Going to be a lot of focus towards this top side in a minute's time.
Spyrex getting a decent amount of CS in this matchup against Asila. So once again, we're talking about the strength of these solo laners for Maryville University. Didn't really get a chance to leverage it to a strong point for Maryville University over Ole Miss in the end by the time Game 1 did conclude, but still going to be a pivotal point that could make or break the series for Maryville University as they try to make their comeback, starting with Game 2.
All right. Bot lanes are locked for the time being. It's going to be Zyko and Sajet again. Being able to push is something we talked about during the matchups. And right now, the mid lane priority for Maryville is making this very difficult for them to look. Good interrupt coming in from Rhino onto Sajet there, but trying to see if they can make a play. Keel here is getting spotted.
Wind up from the Vault Breaker, not going to connect, as Shimmer was definitely thinking about jumping onto the Renekton, but the fact that Keel shows up means that it's just a stare down between the jungler and top lane 2v2, but Spyrex has first move. So Keel and Stray, as long as Asila is telling them that Yone is on the way, they will walk away and not engage in a potential 2v3.
Wow, Zamudo not getting that Arcane Prison there onto Keel may have ended up turning that fight. If Keel gets caught, it's a pretty dangerous spot. Even with Stray being at half HP, he still has the Dominus, so they can try to look again. No vision. They're just doing a literal repeat of this.
He's just flashing and committing onto Zamudo. They know that the Ryze doesn't have flash. It's an all-in play, but maybe just a little too hasty from the side of Ole Miss. Maryville get the punish, and it's first blood for Shimmer.
Deja vu, but it goes in favor of Maryville this time. Double summoner spells. I feel like an overreach there by Ole Miss. A lot of focus onto Zamudo, but he is nowhere near being taken down. That damage from Shimmer, being able to get all of the passive procs from the denting blows, makes it that much easier for them to be able to find that kill. So it's first blood and the first 3 grubs going over. And we kind of see that Ole Miss, they didn't have a timer for their bottom lane to really be able to move during all of that. So between the mid lane priority and some of the mistakes there coming out from Ole Miss, pretty good punish coming out from Maryville.
Rhino just waiting to see if he really needs to use his spells to get out. Shimmer had Cease and Desist available, does not send it, as Asila is level 7. Shockwave could make things very tricky, and Shimmer without flash would have to be a little bit more careful about choosing his engages. The first dragon of the game still available for the taking. As you called out, Shogo, now on the top side, is going to get matched by Zamudo's Ryze still, whereas Rhino going to be hovering the top side to make sure that no funny business happens for his Kai'Sa.
All right, well, right now what they're doing is they're just trying to protect Shogo and hopefully trying to put Zamudo down, but they need to be careful here, and I think we need to see a massive advantage come on through for Shogo, because Rhino, I mean, they're taking their recall now. You can see that Maryville are already posturing. They're going to potentially try to stop a dive onto Stray, but this is just going to be a single wave given over to Zamudo, and hell, you've now lost out on 3 grubs. You lost out on the trade as well. They're going to swap Asila into this top side matchup. Ole Miss a little bit slow on the map in comparison to Maryville, so early objectives going their way.
It's a really nice bounce back so far for the Saints. Now looking for Keel, knowing that he doesn't have flash from before. Fate Sealed and Cease and Desist should guarantee Keel going down. Still surviving, and the kill credit goes to Zyko. Shogo and Stray are here now looking for the re-engage. Zyko forced to flash away. Sajed getting into the face of them. Good rocket jump, is able to get away from danger. But the rest of Ole Miss will at least force Maryville out of the Dragon Pit for now and deny the objective.
Oh my god. Still such an overforce, I think, from Ole Miss. You know that your solo lanes are not going to be able to contest there. And yes, Shogo can fly in the wings with this killer instinct, even with Rhino, but I think your big focus is making sure that you can have level 6 on your supports so that you can make a play for this. So that's some summoner spells being missed there by Ole Miss. No flash, no exhaust available for Rhino, and I think a big trade coming in on this top side is Asila getting good damage down onto Zamudo. Use that command Shockwave to try to chunk out this Rise early.
Yeah. Zamudo trying to sneak in a base here. Zyko protecting that base, but now it's a level 5 Alistar. No ultimate available, trying to defend it, but good pulverize combo ensures that Asila and Rhino cannot get any extra auto attacks onto the turret for that first plate. Zamudo returns to top lane at the cost of his TP.
Still a Dragon going over to Ole Miss. They didn't get anything on that dive except for Zamudo's teleport. And another wave being picked up here by Spyrax, opening up a massive lead in this game. Now a level over his opponent. He'll have access to level 11 as well, and maybe he gets more of this turret. It's 10.5 minutes, so there's still plates. A lot of gold going over to Spyrax, who has been kind of the man in the mid lane for this team for so many years. Obviously, him and Get Back really trying to split time in years prior, but now him kind of stepping into the main spotlight for Maryville University. And while you might want to avoid the early Renekton versus Yone matchup, I think the advantage that he has, and with Shimmer sitting in the wings in Fog, it's pretty tough for Ole Miss to actually punish some of these more winning lane matchups that we would consider.
Yeah, I mean, for Stray, he was forced to optimize or itemize Merc Treads just to deal with the CC and the magic damage coming out of Zamudo. Now that you have Spyrax answering into him, there's no armor that he can at least try and diminish from Spyrax's incoming damage. With the Blade of the Ruin King coming online relatively soon as well, that is going to be a lot of HP damage that Stray now has to be concerned about. And as you called it, this is no longer a point where Yone fears Renekton as strongly as he would have before.
Yeah, 600 gold here for Spyrax, and also getting a lot of alone time in some of these waves. So we're seeing second set of grubs being started here by Maryville. Ole Miss have an idea that this is going on, but again, these matchups from the draft, just having this Tristana makes it so much easier for them to gain mid priority. Zamudo as well, being able to trade, already has his Rod of Ages starting to tick up, getting closer to finishing that tier of the Goddess stacking. 6 grubs for a team that has a Yone, a Tristana, and this Rise. I think so dangerous for Ole Miss to give up, and there are still turret plates here, so a lot of gold potentially on the cards here for Maryville if they can get some alone time on these structures.
And the fact that Maryville have been able to play a relatively slow game, hang on. Psycho and Shimmer waiting for a trap. Rhino will at least absorb the initial engage. Pulverize, answered by Battle Dance. Keel is now here, but another Vault Breaker. Dodged out by Keel, goes back in onto the Vi. It's a 3v4. Crescent Guard at least blocks some range damage. Now Shockwave tries to flash it range. Guarantees that Psycho is scooped up here. And now it's a 4-on-3. Rhino catches Zamudo with the quickness and grand entrance. Gives his life for the greater cause. And Sajed is forced to retreat.
All right, but that's Feats of Warfare now completed for Maryville, but a lot of kills going over to Ole Miss, being able to pick up 2 and save the turret. That was the big question coming into this, was with Maryville screening for Zamudo with 6 grubs, they should be able to take a large portion of these plates. But a counter answer from Ole Miss means that, at least for now, Shogo's going to be able to hit these turrets. He'll be able to pick up another wave for himself, and another jungle camp stolen away here by Keel. Feel like a much needed win for Ole Miss, as this game has, for the most part, been very Maryville favored 13 minutes in.
Yeah, the way that they not only set up this game for success from draft, hiding what was going to be Spyrax's pick with the Yone and Rise swap, and not being able to give Stray a guaranteed hard winning matchup in the top lane. They had to go for basically a pseudo blind pick because they weren't sure, are we playing into Yone or are we playing into Rise? And so you couldn't go for something a little bit more punishing. This is guaranteed that Maryville have had winning matchups and or at least really strong CS advantages coming in for their solo laners. They've been protected. Neither of them have been really, you know, decelerated as we saw that was the case for Zamudo in game 1. And Maryville, with this kind of even state game, Alk, this is where Maryville University can thrive in the mid game.
Right. So they're going to be hitting their 2 items soon, probably in the next 5 to 6 minutes, but you already see those first items coming on through for Maryville with their Blade of the Ruin King, having access to that Trinity Force, especially for Shimmer, and seeing this as kind of an option for a little bit more damage. And they're just making this play where they get the bottom side scuttle, which gives Spyrax on the bottom side a little bit of safety. They know that Keel and Rhino should be on their way. You can already look at the beeline that Maryville are making. Get push in mid, have this Tristana move into Fog of War, and this is going to be a turret now going over to Zamudo. He has so much cover from his team. Rhino sticking on top, but the wave's already gone. They already got their turret. Maryville win out huge on this play.
And they can't even get the tier 1 on the bot side that quickly because Spyrax uses the Fate Seal to clip Keel's a majority of his health bar as well as the wave. So now they can't dedicate 3 members to the play. They're going to continue the chase onto Stray's Renekton. The Ignite will burn him down. And now the second tier turret is under fire. But it's at least responded to by Ole Miss for now. But you're starting to see the resemblances of this advantage starting to pull further and further into Maryville's side.
How much more can Maryville get, though? You can kind of see that Keel is posturing like he wants to try to stop some of the recalls of Maryville. Dragon has spawned and could be an issue for them as Ole Miss, even with, you know, Keel being on the top side, it's so hard for them to contest some of these objectives, and that's another kill going over to Maryville. It's more gold and experience being given over to this Rise, who 4 minutes now, I mean, he's getting closer and closer to finishing his 2 items. We said on 2, we really felt like Maryville was going to have their spike, and I kind of wanted to bring attention to more some of these items. Typically when Kaisa is not able to contest from mid-wave, she's usually going to be able to have access to something like Static Shift to help, but instead, Shogo going for the Kraken Slayer, just wanting more upfront damage, more upfront DPS versus some of the tankier members of this Maryville squad. They're going to instead play for the Rift Herald here. Shimmer's on his Raptors, and I mean, Maryville are like, oh, cool, you could take the Rift Herald. We're just going to set ourselves up with a scaling advantage. We still have these grubs.
Rhino waiting in darkness, but forced out of that banana brush. Maryville University gonna get Shimmer jumped on. Everyone is committed to Shockwave right on top of Shimmer, but don't tell me he makes it out alive. He's just gonna walk away. The rest of Ole Miss are looking for stragglers here. So Mudo keeping his distance. No flash available. Shogo trying to pressure him. Rift Herald secured for the side of Ole Miss, but it definitely's gotta hurt to not get any kills in that scrap.
Hell, and even Spyrax ends up winning the 1v1 versus Stray. The Renekton having to use the flash. This will probably be mid-turret going down in favor of Maryville. They'll grab the Dragon as well. A bit of dis-synergy coming on through for Ole Miss. Keel, the ultimate, the Crescent Guard, actually pushing Shimmer out of that fight and keeping him alive despite the investment of Summoner spells. Again, Rhino using both his flash and his exhaust in that fight. So Ole Miss now lose out more on the map. Now a 4,000 gold lead coming on through for Maryville, and they even have Dragon stacking in their back pocket. This composition is working so well for them, being able to bounce between the priority that is gained from them from all of their lanes.
Shimmer found again, but he still has a flash in case things get dicey. Cease and desist for the blast shield. Q over the wall. He doesn't even need to use his flash to escape that one.
Yep. Zamudo's going to be able to hit this turret, though. Who else is matching? Asyla's now come down into this bottom lane. Keel, I think you want to run this one into the wall, brother. I don't think you actually want to hit this because they're going to just re-engage on you.
Oh, Keel now in trouble. Has a flash available. Tries to dash to a minion, but here comes Zyko to follow on up, and now Stray might pay the price for Keel's sins here. Asyla joins the fray. So does Rhino, and now it's an all-out retreat from the side of Ole Miss. Teleport is coming in from Zamudo. Has Realm Warp available if he wants to make the chase happen here. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Shogo ensuring that Ole Miss can now fight on even terms. Sajed still in the mid lane. Ole Miss trying to see if they can look for something here, but Maryville University are keeping them occupied because that's a full wave that Sajed just picked up and can now look to pressure the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Asyla's going to be able to go over. He does have flash and ultimate, so Sajed is going to move off. Unironically, I think that still favors Ole Miss. I know we've been talking about Maryville being able to find advantages, but they didn't actually use all that many summoner spells or any during that fight, and really they could have lost so much more. If Zamudo doesn't end up TPing, that's another turret gain from them. So getting that summoner spell and relieving some pressure on the side lane for Ole Miss gives them a little bit of breathing room. Yes, Keel ends up going down, but honestly, Keel has not been having the best game here in game number 2, regardless of him dying there or not. So they use the Rift Herald to open up a turret. That's gold onto Stray. That's the ult as well here from Spyrax, just to force out the summoner spell from Shogo. So good trade coming in from Maryville at the very end.
Shogo will have to rely on his teammates as well as his own usage of the Killer Instinct to reposition away from threats in the next fight that would occur while his flash is down. Now, Otacon spawning in 20 seconds. Fourth dragon of the game, or third dragon of the game, spawning in 2 minutes and 40. Ole Miss trying to do what they can to recontrol or reclaim control of their own topside jungle, and is proving to be a difficult task.
Just putting pressure down. I mean, you have this Rise, you also have this Tristana. Taking Otacon's potentially very easy for them. It is going to be the Voracious Otacon as well, so revives being a big factor here. A lot of action so far in this game. A lot of early damage means that having those false lives for either of these teams potentially could be a game breaker. Looking now at the gold, still 5,000, almost 4,000 here for Maryville, and a lot of that focused in the solo lane is going to need a big performance from these guys, and those items are coming on through. It is now a shield bow completed for Spyrax, the Seraph's done, and the Rod of Ages done for Zamudo. Big influence for these two guys. Some of the best solo laners that you could ask for in Collegiate and in Tier 2, and they're going to need to continue to prove that here as they take Maryville potentially to a Game 2 win.
Yeah. Game 1 definitely favoring Stray in that top lane, since Keel allowed him to pretty much come online a lot quicker. But now a flash from Zyko looking for the flashless Shogo. Spyrax not able to really connect with the Fate Seal, flashing forward with the Q3, already using his ultimate, but Shogo is still relatively untouched, and Rhino is the first one to fall, but the rest of Ole Miss trying to crowd around Stray. He falls next, but they look and find Shimmer, flash from Sajed, now trying to look for Shogo, jumping forward, explosive charge, destroys Shogo in the back line, and Spyrax being able to live despite the damage coming through in response by Ole Miss. Maryville still pushing this advantage forward, and while Ole Miss are trying to hold their ground out, you can start to see that it's getting even tougher and tougher to survive.
I mean, just look at the ultimate from Asila on this Orianna. It only lands onto Zyko, and that has been happening almost this entire game here. A lot of tank stats coming on through for Shimmer and Zamudo, being able to really put down damage in the back end of this fight. Sajed trying to outplay his opponent. He finds this pick, gets exploded immediately by Keel, but a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Maryville. Also getting a lot of summoner spells out. I think is feeling fine about their odds here. It'll be Soul Point if they're able to grab this dragon. And you're already seeing taking control of mid. They have push in bottom lane. Ole Miss are just trying to play fast. They're trying to play loose and immediately have access into the river.
Not just the game pace and the scaling, but also level advantages is starting to become a real thing for Maryville University, which even adds on to the gold lead that you can see visually in the game. Sajed jumping forward and just getting a lot of damage onto Keel. Wow, that's a lot. Onto the Xin Zhao. Stray already popping the Dominus preemptively. I don't even know if he got anything out of that flash from Rhino, trying to catch one member there. Shockwave pulls him right back in. Shimmer falls, but Fate Sealed. Now looking for Silence to the back. Shogo! Killer Instinct looking to force out Spyrax, and he had to pop the flash. Rhino follows up for another grand entrance. Multi-man pulverize from Psycho, but it doesn't do anything for the side of Maryville University because their carries are in retreat mode. Asila gets blasted by Zamudo, but he's so low. Keel wants to run him down. Realm Warp not going to save him, and just when Ole Miss needed it most, they find a clutch fight and get the dragon as their reward.
What an insane team fight coming in. It looked dicey. It had Renekton starting with the Dominus so early on, and you would have thought, hey, Sajed, he used his flash in that last fight. I want to look at this again. I'm questioning so many decisions here by Maryville. We start this off, Sajed flies forward, but he's by himself, so a lot of damage, and because he got that explosive charge, he has another rocket jump available. But this engage from Rhino, being able to stop, they find Shimmer, the ultimate from Asila, clipping Shimmer, ends up making a big difference, and then MU are just completely routed. It feels like even with some of the low HP of Ole Miss, Maryville are just not able to fight back.
I think once Shimmer is caught there, Maryville University really struggled to figure out where to recompose themselves, how to draw battle lines again, and it was just individuals trying to do individual plays, salvaging the fight, and Ole Miss, for the first time this game, able to play as one single fighting unit.
All right, it's going to be the Otacon started with Ole Miss grabbing that dragon on the back end. Spyrax is on the play on the round the map. Rhino's looking.
Finds Zamuno. Shogo goes for it. Cease and desist. Locks him up.
Shimmer's
but everyone is locked down on Shimmer. The Vive falls. No jungler to contest for a smite onto the Otacon. But Spyrax is pushing onto the base. Someone has to answer him. Stray is going to be the member that will go back for the recall. But now Spyrax has a moment to back off, look for a TP if he wants to look for a 4v4, because Stray does not have teleport to join them on the fight. But Spyrax commits to the turret. Rest of Ole Miss burning down the Otacon. Maryville University seeing if they can make a flip happen, but it's the Otacon burned down.
Teleport's coming in.
And Shogo is able to just unleash terror as the rest of Maryville University begins to fall again. Shogo doesn't even go down because it's the Otacon withdrawal, giving him a second life. Spyrax with the TP, not able to find much in the fight. And Ole Miss are coming back to life in this game too.
And a big question for Maryville was, even with Yuji stepping away and going to Team Liquid, was this going to be a roster that still was struggling to lose in this tournament? But Shimmer goes for an engage onto Shogo, isolates himself, and even with Spyrax getting all of that side lane pressure, it is the Otacon and the team fight again. Ole Miss, they suffered for the first 20 minutes of this game, but it is back-to-back team fights, 2 objectives, and potentially a Baron here for the Land Sharks that might pull them back in this game number 2.
What once was a 5,000 gold lead has been shored up to just under 1,000. The level advantage no longer apparent for the side of Maryville University. Baron is secured for Keel and Ole Miss. Rhino now leading the charge with the quickness. Shogo once again finds himself against Samuda. The flash away does not save the top laner this time around. Ole Miss continuing the charge. Spyrax with the soul unbound is caught over the wall. Doesn't have a Q3. Forced to use the Fate Seal just to run. But Keel dashing forward still has an Otacon withdrawal if he's willing to give his life for the greater cause of pushing Maryville University around. And Ole Miss have control of this map.
Really smart play coming in from Shimmer right here, catching this mid wave a lot higher than his opponents. Stray still has this false life, should be able to get out, has double E, can also just use his blast cone, so he's not going to be under any threat, but an amazing push coming in, and this is going to be a Syla caught out. I don't think it matters though. Again, false lives here for the side of Ole Miss.
Okay. It's a little bit of gold back into the pockets of Maryville University, but now they're looking for a collapse. Spyrax has no TP. But Maryville University able to create enough distance to get away from Ole Miss's hands.
Wow. What an insane game. Again, early game here for Maryville was so clean. Their solo lanes. Spyrax almost having a full flame horizon over Asila. We need to see the solo laners really step up and kind of lean on some of that veterancy. I know Zyko being a part of this roster for a long time. Spyrax as well needs to slow this game down, calm the rest of the team, and get ready for this dragon in 30 seconds. There's not really much to play with. There's no soul point on the cards here. If Maryville were able to grab this, it'd be nice. But I think for right now, let's use our 6 grubs. Let's really try to open up this map and make Ole Miss play to our tempo.
When Maryville was in control of this game, it was them not necessarily forcing fights, but pulling Ole Miss around the map and creating large CS advantages just to Ole Miss not being able to respond on the map as properly as Maryville have. So far, That is exactly what they're trying to do. Strong manning the top side push here with the power of those 6 scrubs. Tier 2 already falling. Now inhibitor turret under threat from Zamudo's Rise. But now the rest of Maryville University are going to have to answer because it is still a Baron buff on the side of Ole Miss pushing in and breaching the base.
They're going to go for an inhibitor here. Asilo's also pushing on the bottom lane wave, so multiple lanes in priority for Ole Miss. Using the rest of their Baron buff, that's the last wave that they will have access to. They're going to try and see. Honestly, a Death Bush here would be very sexy. Let's see it, Ole Miss. Okay, so the ward coming in from Zyko does get them spotted.
Oh, they're trying to at least force Psycho's ultimate, but he remains calm, cool, and collected, does not pop the Unchained. We'll still have it for another fight if Maryville want to opt into one. But it should be Ole Miss being able to take this dragon for themselves. Like you said, there's no soul point that was being denied, no soul point being threatened. So we're now at 2 dragons apiece for both teams at 29 minutes.
Really nice job, though, with Stray going onto the side lane. Starting to play the map a little smarter here is Ole Miss. So able to grab multiple turrets during that trade with their Baron. A very profitable buff for them to have gotten there. And now, Rafa, we have a little bit of time. There's not going to be too much going on. 2.5 minutes. Summoner spells are coming back up for everybody. The only person who do not have Flash is going to be Zamudo and Shimmer. So far, the supports have been so pivotal to this game, and Rhino on this Recon 2 games in a row now has been so impressive.
Has been super clutch in forcing fights and picks when Maryville University were a little desynced and isolated. Rhino absorbing a lot of damage, though. Caster curse moment. Wait a minute. Ole Miss now just lose on the Recon. Like you said, there's no objectives for another 2 minutes. But how much can Maryville get done here with the power of 6 scrubs sieging into the base?
Rhino playing a little too far up there. You're not tanky. You're playing Recon of all champions. 6 grubs means that with this damage, Maryville will be able to take a mid-tier 2 and does give a bit of reprieve for Maryville. Maybe a little bit of a momentum reset for them, saying, okay, we finally got a pick. We can kind of slow this game down, get all of our vision. You can see it is invested into the top side. With Baron spawning in a minute and a half, they want to try to give flank angles for their solo laners.
And their solo laners are still relatively huge compared to their counterparts in the game. Zamudo having 3.5 items, very expensive items, mind you, too. Death Cap, Rod of Ages, and Seraph's Embrace. Has a Seeker's Arm Guard as well, just for that extra layer of protection.
I mean, Merc Treads cost an arm and a leg, bro. That there's no reason for these boots to be this expensive.
I mean, yeah, that's a whole other topic point that we have to discuss. Rhino, looking for a grand entrance onto Shimmer, now trying to burn him with the quickness. Should be able to get in range. Everyone is just all-inning onto the new member for Maryville University. Cease and desist. Keeps the silo locked up for now. A teleport is coming in for Stray to rejoin the fray. Zamudo not able to get clipped by that shockwave. Keel forced to flash away, and now Zyko trying to turn the fight. Spyrax, can he find a Q3 into a Fate Sealed? Stray just bought a GA, but is going to lose it. The Fate Seal clipping Syla, and Zamudo trying to step up here. Seraph's shield popped by that Void Seeker. Now it's down to Shogo, Keel, and Syla against the 4 members from Maryville University.
Keel oversteps in that play, forces his own top laner to die for him, and while the jungler is down, Ole Miss cannot start the Baron. If they had their Renekton still available, maybe there was another play here available for the Land Sharks.
Oh, that was a big QW onto Zamudo. Sajed's gonna look for Syla. He pops the Seekers. Oh no, he tries to flash forward to his team, but he brings the explosive charge right on top of Keel. I don't know if that was the ideal flash play.
That might be game.
Syla. That should be game. Maryville University have 4 members, and it's only Rhino trying to defend the base. I think this is it.
Yeah, they've got 6 grubs. They've got this Tristana. I mean, hell, even Shimmer's making his long trek over. 4 minions here. 8 seconds before Stray is up and available, and Maryville may have just tied up the series.
Maryville University do away with Rhino again. Stray is back up, but it's not going to be enough to defend the 5 members of Maryville University, equalizing the series 1-1.
That mid-game portion was so dicey from them. Ole Miss able to battle back here in this game number 2. But Ole Miss make a few too many mistakes. Rhino getting caught out. An overextension from Keel ends up biting them and turns into a tied-up series here.
I just have to say the fact that Maryville or Ole Miss was still competitive with them despite all of the strong map
Oh yeah.
advantages that Maryville got. It goes to show we had a question about, was this going to be a 3-0, or were we in for a turbo banger all full 5 games? I think we're in for a turbo banger, Alk, because the fact that Ole Miss are still able to find their ways into that game, but then some fumbles here and there, and Maryville University able to rely on their experience and their stronger map play compared to Ole Miss, and a lot of the laning advantages that these solo laners are finding for themselves. I think it is creating such a compelling best of 5 on our hands here.
Oh yeah. Well, again, a lot on the cards. I think a very big win for Maryville, despite some of the flubs that we were seeing, and I think an exciting series already here. We kind of were hoping that this was going to deliver, and already we're starting to see that Maryville versus University of Mississippi is going to potentially be one of our best series of the collegiate championships.
That's right. It's time to step away for a short break. When we come back, it'll be Game 3 between Ole Miss and Maryville University. Stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 3 between Ole Miss and Maryville University. Maryville just got back after a back-to-back, very grueling Game 2 where they had a strong early game opener. Mid-game, very shaky. Ole Miss had the potential to bring it back for a 2-0, but they found the one, fight that needed to capitalize for a punish, Dimitri, and now the series is equalized. We're 1-1.
Yeah, it's just insane team fighting. We talked about with that draft within Oriana and Kaisa. I mean, you have 3 pushing lanes from Maryville. You have 2 counter matchups at the very least in that game. I think it's tough in that draft for Maryville to really lose access to many of the early objectives. And then we just saw them win fight after fight. It was 2 team fights around objectives that got a little bit dicey for them, but I still think that the rest of this team is performing so well. The big question for me is going to be watching Shimmer throughout this series, because he has had a couple of games now where, honestly, not super impressed by his level of performance. I know that he is stepping in and kind of having to fill very big shoes for a player like UG, but it's kind of knuck up or shut up at this point. You are in top 3 at this point. You have to be able to perform, and especially for a program like Maryville, there is some of that legacy on your shoulders.
Yeah, there's obviously now with 2 games, it's still, small sample size, but you can already see some of the differences in, maybe not just, Shimmer specifically, but just bringing in a new player, how that can, cause some growing pains with trying to still make this roster as competitive as possible. Shimmer, still a strong player in his own right, but some of the way these fights are playing out, Shimmer kind of throwing his life away to what he feels like could be the best winning play for the side of Maryville University in these fights, but it doesn't necessarily set up his team for success. We've now seen 2 different looks where on the Nefiri, he was able to farm strongly for himself, but not able to leverage that advantage. This time on the Vi, he at least working with the team to create strong early game advantages, but that team fighting still something a little suspect as we get further and further into the series here, Alec.
Yep, we're in draft already here for game number 3. Sides staying the same for all 3 games. Maryville keeping the bans from game number 2 very same with Yorick, Rumble, and the Lucian. And seems like Ole Miss are staying with their same setup, so gonna expect to see the Rise first pick coming on through. We're getting the Oriana again here for Asila, and we're getting the Pantheon this time from Kiel.
Wow, so Ole Miss say, yeah, screw the Xin Zhao. We're going back with the Pantheon, where, I think this is one of the few times where I've seen a team basically believe that Pantheon is better than Xin outright. Because normally you see kind of like the tree of junglers being Nefiri, Vi, Xin, and then Pantheon once those options are gone. For Shimmer, he's like, all right, well, I'll take the Zim for myself. A little bit of extra skirmishing power. I can always stat check some champions in certain scenarios and will keep himself safe from ranged damage with the Crescent Guard. I'm curious what they want to round out their 3-man core opener here in this first phase.
I think the Pantheon just gives them a little bit more lethality, and if Maryville are going to play on side lanes, I think it gives them a little bit more options. Maryville are immediately opening up Rise, Xin Zhao, and the Yone here, so expecting for the Rise to go top side, but Zamudo can still flex this champion if he needs to, so we'll see how this is answered. Now Ole Miss on the opposite side, you know this matchup is coming. You know what Stray is going to be going into, whether it's the whether it's into the Yone or the Rise, so have to be thinking about champions that are potentially going to be strong against both. Getting in the back end of these drafts, I think Ole Miss might be focusing on 80 carries here going into the back half.
I mean, that's definitely their only choice, but I feel like Ole Miss were trying to take a gambit with saving the Yone potential ban for this round of the bans, and Maryville University recognizing immediately how strong of an advantage they had with the flexibility of this Rise and Zamudo going into either lane, not guaranteeing that Stray does not get that counter pick of choice, because a champion that he might try to lock in for Rise this time around could instead be the Yone and would be not as great of a time. And once again, Maryville University trying to take away champions that would make either of those 2 lanes a nicer time for him with the Jax.
Honestly, I'm okay with more top lane bans. I wouldn't be too averse to a Scion. Like, even if the Yone does go into that lane, Sion is more than resilient to actually be able to fight back versus Zamudo. And what I really want to see out from Stray is kind of just being able to provide frontline for this Orianna and this Kai'Sa. I think it's really dangerous to try and take any other carries. Even the Renekton we kind of saw really struggled into this matchup and is going to continue to do so, even with now with Xin Zhao here for Maryville. So I really feel like you need an ultra tank up here for Stray, and we'll see what their response is. Maybe they just go again for another counter pick for Stray.
12 seconds on the clock. I think just saving counterpick for support would be more fruitful for the side of Ole Miss. You can already see that they're thinking about locking in their top laner of choice here. A quick hover on the Aatrox. Okay, not gonna be the Sion. It's gonna be the Gnar.
That means if they go for dives, Stray has to play this very carefully. I think that Ole Miss are trying to invite a lot of team fights here. And if you're going to be playing the Kai'Sa, maybe a little bit of dive, being able to flex between the two lanes, especially now with Pantheon. So we talked about whether or not Pantheon was going to get value. We'll see what Keel's able to do once he hits level 6. But Maryville going for a front to back, have so much damage now, especially with this Jinx and this Yone. You're providing a lot of setup for Sajed. And we'll have to see. I mean, Kai'Sa's not the strongest laner. I don't care really what support you end up taking here. Maybe it's a Braum angle from what they're showing.
Currently hovering the Leona to at least guarantee some proactive engage and lockdown, since outside the Pantheon and the Gnar, which are pretty conditional, Leona will at least give you a go button that you can fish for with the Solar Flare. If it's a good look, then you can send it. Otherwise, hopefully you're burning summoner spells. That does result in the cleanse being taken here for Sajed. Wise choice. There's a lot of stuns. There's a lot of point-and-click CC tools available from the side of Ole Miss. But once again, Alec, my question is this top lane. You already alluded to that you would feel a lot more comfortable for Ole Miss's sake if it was a Sion super tank. I don't know if it's a Stray decision or a coaching decision or a team-wide decision, but they are saying, no, we are trusting in Stray's ability. We're going to let him have the Gnar.
It lets him be a bit more proactive inside lane, just being able to actually fight back versus the Rise, especially in mini. But I think there's just so many opportunities for Maryville to send their jungler up into the top side, gank this Gnar early on, even in side lanes once he loses Mega Gnar. That's kind of my big worry, and especially for this mid lane matchup. I know we've had a very big focus on our solo lanes, but we literally just saw the Yone Orianna matchup, and Asylum was getting absolutely bodied in laning phase, down 20 CS early on. Spyrax had an individual lead, and now you're going to be playing Orianna versus a Nautilus, getting ready to ult you or your Kai'Sa. I'm worried about some of the damage prospects and their actual ability for them to find fights later into this game for Ole Miss.
Yeah. It only seemed like the one time where Asylum was advantageous in the laning phase was like the first the first time they were touching the waves before the first TP came out, right? Because Asylum at least able to use range to his advantage and poke out Spyrax, but then after his first base, the CS lead just started growing slowly for this Yone. It seems like overall Spyrax is just, through his experience and his time in the collegiate scene, as well as, both tier 2 and even being able to get some time on the tier 1 stage in LCS with FlyQuest, I think Spyrax has just proven to be overall the better laner into Asylum, and it's really, really making such a strong challenge for the new mid laner of Ole Miss.
Yeah, that has been definitely the case. We'll see if they can continue to provide more fun and more exciting series here as we get into game number 3. Our series tied 1-1 with Maryville winning the most recent game. And now Maryville with a composition that isn't going to be as good as being able to take down these structures, but still you have competent side laners in these champions and their players piloting them. And now with a Jinx potentially on the cards, as long as they can protect Sajed, he will basically be able to win all of these team fights. And Rafa, we go into this game, again, I have to imagine you're going to have priority from at least 2 of these lanes. Jinx is going to be able to push with her rockets. I think it's a tough ask for Ole Miss going later in.
Yeah. The fact that you have so much damage on this Maryville University roster, even if you lose a Rise or, you know, a Yone or a Xin Zhao in the fight, if you're able to get enough damage to let that first reset for Jinx's Get Excited passive to roll, whoo, she just gets to take over fights, especially in that mid-late game stage. But here we are, laning phase, and already Spyrax trying to Q the Raptors so that he can get to his Q3 just a little sooner. I don't think, might have missed it. Looks like it doesn't really matter in the long scheme of things. Curious to see where these junglers end up, though. They have or reverse clears starting on opposite sides of the map, both on their red quadrants. So Keel will have a chance to maybe influence bot lane, whereas Shimmer will end up on the top side.
Seeing a little bit of skirmishing going on. This should be advantaged towards the Kai'Sa and Leona early on in this lane. Just having that Sunlight passive as long as you can try to apply it. But right now, level 2 going to be an advantage for Ole Miss. We would have thought that with this bot lane.
Oh, really good use of the dredge line by Psycho there to absorb the engage and ensure that it wasn't as devastating of a trade as it could have been for Ole Miss.
So, ooh, Keel going for a 3-camp gank here, though. He's going immediately topside. He went red, Krugs into his Raptors, and he's going to try and show a little bit earlier. A big focus from Ole Miss this series has been trying to gank Zamudo early.
Stray is not level 3 yet, so Zamudo gets some decent damage down. Now about to go into Mega Form, waiting to see if Zamudo will flash first. The Wallop threatens it, and that is Zamudo's flash. However, Keel is super low. One more overload could do it, but Keel, thankfully for him, is able to use his W to get out of harm's way.
First blood kill!
Lane! Asila gets first blood, and then Zamudo just walked up and died to Stray!
What the hell? Okay, Maryville, well, you now have given over 2 kills. That's a Silo without ultimate. He flashes forward. Both him and Spyrax no longer have flash. So a momentary lapse of the solo laners here in game number 3. Zamudo losing his flash. We're going to take a replay of this. What exactly happened here?
Oh, just right here.
Oh, he got owned by the Orianna passive probably. Or did he go too far into the... No, he just gets dog walked by Asila. Okay, sure. Why not, man? Auto attack. 3 auto attacks. Yeah. 4 auto attacks. Dead.
Back to live. Shogo and Rhino just got the 2v2 kill onto Zyko there. Looks like he was down a flash as well. Alex, this is crazy. This is so insane for Ole Miss already early on. Now, we'll see if they can carry this momentum forward, but every single lane just got isolated kills for themselves. Keel did influence the top lane a little bit with that flash advantage, but it was Zamudo walking up and disrespecting Stray, and now Shimmer is forced to answer on the top side, get this wave crashed in, get the flash burned out of Stray's Gnar, and try and give some pressure back to Zamudo's favor.
This is such a big win, though, for Ole Miss, and even being able to kind of get that advantage for yourself as well for these lanes. For the time being, I was going to say it's a gold advantage for Ole Miss, but I think with them missing flash on a lot of their carries and on literally almost everybody but Keel, you are still worried about some of the flexibility of Maryville, especially with their engage. You have this Xin Zhao, you also have the Nautilus, so always things to take into consideration with them still being down for another 3 or 4 minutes. Getting that swap, it'll be a minute before the Krubs are spawning on this top side. And right now, Ole Miss want to try to establish priority and, most importantly, just get vision down so that they have more information to play with.
Oh my goodness, Asila's playing this laning phase super, super well now. We obviously talked about it before. Spyrax was able to navigate this lane matchup without taking too much harass and still keeping up in CS, but now he's super low on HP. No flash! Dude. Easy shockwave! Dude! Who is this Asila? He's way different than the player I saw in game 2.
Oh, Keel has to flash out. Okay, he does get punished for the invade there, but it's going to be another wave being missed by their bottom lane. And yeah, Asila has the download here versus Spyrax. Making way too many mistakes is the mid lane of Maryville. And he had such a pivotal moment in game number 2, being able to carry and go up 100 CS on his lane opponent. Now we're here, and he's just getting solo killed incredibly dry. There's like not really very much setup. It's literally just the 1v1 going on.
And now Shogun Rhino with Keel in their back pocket can force this onto Zyko. Getting the flash out. Shimmer tries to walk
Shimmer's
up,
dead.
but his bot lane can't really assist with the play. He tried to flash away. Shimmer forcing something unnecessary where Ole Miss still had the advantage. And now Sajed could be the next target. If Rhino lands it, stun, forces the cleanse. Zyko absorbs Rhino with the Zenith Blade and the Dredge line interaction. But still, Sajed and Zyko under fire. And Shimmer, once again, we're seeing unnecessary plays happen. And maybe it's just the nerves working overtime for the new jungler of Maryville University.
This is such an amazing start for Ole Miss. Almost 7 minutes into this game. 5-0, 2,000 gold lead for a team that we talked about from draft should not be winning the laning phase. Yone should be able to deal with Orianna early, especially with Orianna missing her flash. Even with Ole Miss in this bottom lane, they are getting so much gold, and now it is bounties for both Asila and for Shogo here. Full set of grubs on the first rotation here going over to Ole Miss, and a fantastic start for the University of Mississippi.
Yeah, like even with the game 1 win that Ole Miss found in at the beginning of the series, this is the best early game that Ole Miss have been able to find for themselves. And while, yes, it's a return to the Pantheon for Keel, which he looks clearly much more comfortable on than he did on the Xin in game 2, but everywhere across the map, we knew that Shogo and Rhino would probably be the most competitive, if not winning, lane into Maryville University's lineup. But we kind of guaranteed Zomudo and Spyrex would have Stray's number and Asila's number both respectively. But it's been Asila. Whether it's a download, whether it's just him finally locking in and clutching up, he's finally able to find a big individual advantage over Spyrex.
A lot of focus around the mid lane. They're going to see Keel here, but you see right now they're just trying to muscle in, get vision. They want to put down some wards on the bottom side, play for this first dragon. It'll be a wave pushing in by Shogo as well, so priority going over to Ole Miss. And an exciting start and potentially amazing opener for Ole Miss and their new mid laner. Obviously with your Uncle Sam stepping down, returning back to the Florida boys, and being able to see this new mid lane step up in Asila. Only had seen him in a couple of qualifiers and some other tier 3 events, but he was supposed to be the promising new talent for Ole Miss to try to build around and help them potentially reach a championship here in CLOL. We're into the Pantheon ult now.
Shogo getting locked up first, but a lot of damage already, forcing Shogo to flash, but he repositions with the Killer Instinct, looking for Sajed. No flash, no cleanse! That's a dead Jinx! And Shogo picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Teleport is coming in for Asila to join the fight on the bottom side of the map, but there's no dragon to play for since they already took it on the back half. At least it allows Shogo to get a base and Asila to push in this wave.
Yeah, I think Asila may be feeling that fight was going to be a little closer than it ended up being. It was a single kill onto Sajed. Both of the flashes from our AD carries gone, and a wave for Spyrex. So a little bit of relief occurring for the mid lane of Maryville. And you'll also be able to catch this bottom lane wave as well. So, you know, we talked about the individual advantage that Asila had been winning that early game before the level 6, but now Spyrex should be feeling like he's going to be pretty advantaged going into this next fight. Still have that ultimate available and can still have a big impact here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Spyrex is still keeping up huge CS numbers just goes to show how experienced and how tenured he has been. So even in these matchups where he's dropping, you know, unexpected solo kills and Asila is at least able to find these big trades, Spyrex is still going to be somewhat relevant. The only thing that is giving at least Asila the edge for now is he was able to hit his first item spike, starting to stack up that Archangel, soon to complete into a Seraph's Embrace. Should give Ole Miss a lot of confidence in being able to move first for the next objectives.
Yeah, usually the shielding from Seraphs is mostly just preventative and very defensive. Flash coming out from Zyko. Wow, he still gets tagged there. Nice movement, but I don't think it matters. He's just dead.
Yeah, he was trying to sidestep the stun from the Solar Flare, but still getting slowed in the end. Ole Miss being able to gift wrap a 4th kill over to Shogo's Kaisa.
No answer on top side either. So what does Ole Miss play for? I feel like they really want to make sure, especially with where the side lanes are, with how Maryville have been constantly throwing and slogging waves at them, that Ole Miss are going to want to answer these first before moving over to these grubs. And with no teleport from either of their solo laners on the side of Ole Miss, It's going to be, I think, a tough ask here as Shimmer going to finish his Krugs and then move on up. I wanted to talk about the Seraphs. Just usually it is very important in the fact that just having that shield makes it a bit tougher in fights for your mid lane to go down. But I think especially important when playing against a team that is looking for those resets with this Jinx on Sejed.
And having been Decelerator like this is going to be pretty rough, as Jinx is not going to be coming online anytime soon as a result. Second rotation of Grubs for Ole Miss. No answer from Shimmer here, as he is already on the bot side of the map. So now, for the first time this series, it's not only Ole Miss with the first set of Grubs, it's also Ole Miss with all 6 Grubs, uncontested by Maryville University.
An insane steal. We saw Maryville use these 6 Grubs in that game number 2 so well, and now taking that away. I don't think they use these Grubs particularly fantastic compared to their counterparts, but again, Grubs a win more objective. If they're actually able to hit turrets, we do expect that Ole Miss will be able to raise structures. And we'll see maybe getting some gold onto Asila right now. Zamudo has to know that there's something coming here. There's no Leona ult.
Has flash available. Can't dodge that one, though. Shockwave and all the point-and-click CC. No way that Zamudo could outplay that one. However, Sejed looking for the first reset kill. Rhino is going to flash away. Death Charge should set up at least the first kill for Sejed here. Shimmer will slow him down, and now Sejed is excited, but the fact that Keel is able to escape, dodging the Super Mega Death Rocket, probably the best case scenario for Ole Miss.
Honestly, I'll take that, though, because right now, you just got the flash out from Keel and from Rhino, and you still were able to grab a kill, as well as putting that onto Sejed. I think a worthwhile trade here. Zamudo's going to immediately TP back. He's not going to miss out on all that much, as Maryville will still be able to grab something. Shogo, if he does not get hit with those Flame Chompers, he used the ultimate to try to reposition and find Sejed. That could have been a massive win for Ole Miss.
5th kill of the game, and then once again, Sejed going down and being off the map. Another time where he's not getting farm for himself, but Rhino walking up towards the top side with Shogo right behind him. Zamudo now trying to look for it, but Realm Warp not going to save him because he gets stunned. At the very least, Zamudo denies any kill assist or, kill gold over to Shogo, but this is Ole Miss playing way more proactive and way more ferocious against Maryville University in this game 3.
Yeah, they're going to give up the dragon, but they want to just try to hit these plates. It's only 10 seconds, so I don't think they're going to be able to get that much. It'll be first turret going over to the side of Ole Miss. I don't think there's too much that Zyko can actually play for here, just merely muscling Asila out and maybe getting some chip damage on his mid-tier 1. But a lot of gold now going over to Shogo, and in particular, being able to now have Zamudo down so far in this game. He will still be a big threat as this game goes on, but this feels more akin to our game number 1, 0-3-1 in top lane for this Rise, and hopefully this means that Ole Miss can kind of be a little less afraid of their Gnar later on into the game.
Yeah. Astray has been relatively fine in the lane matchup so far. Having to answer into Spyrex, not necessarily the greatest position, especially when he is in mini-formed, can be super subjective, as is, if you ever played the Yasuo-Gnar matchup, well, Yone is pretty similar in how miserable it can be for the Gnar, but as long as Stray is still keeping up in gold, looking for that Trinity Force power spike in, hopefully for himself, a minute or a couple minutes from now, Ole Miss have the priority, though, from bot lane and mid to look for the second dragon of the game.
Big win. I'm surprised Maryville didn't actually end up making this trade, but you already see wards onto blue side jungle for Maryville will alert Stray that there is going to be a jungler on his side. He will not have Mega Gnar for this, and Keel, even if he had the ultimate up available, which he doesn't, he's on the bottom side of the map. So 3 men moving on up. They want to try to muscle onto Stray. Can they grab this turret? Miniwave is gone. There's no ultimate here for Stray.
Oh,
but yeah,
no.
now with Jinx doing that.
Yep. Stray did everything he could to try and clear the minion wave, but Spyrex able to get so much damage to him, and then on top of it, Shimmer zoning him away from a retreat angle. Sejed finds that ultimate, and it's super easy to dive the Gnar. Maryville University able to find one solid advantage back into this game, but Solarflare right on top of Zyko, who is trying to roam back to mid lane, trying to flash away with a death charge, but Shogo will pop the killer instinct just to guarantee the kill. Shimmer He's going to try to look for Shogo. Still has flash
the
and barrier.
teleport.
Force to flash.
Oh, no.
Oh, the teleport. This is a big moment for Maryville University to get a big shutdown. The command protect, not going to do enough. Now it's up to Keel and Asila to look for stragglers in the aftermath of the fight. Keel's able to find Sajed, but the fact that Spyrax is able to limp away back into the darkness of his enemy's jungle should be able to make it out alive. Asila will not find him. Maybe Shimmer will be able to do the same, and Keel is just going to try to force the Rift Herald in response.
Maryville had played this series so well in the sense that they are very much prioritizing getting gold onto their side lanes. Again, putting Spyrax in the top side, letting him get at least the local experience for that top side. They get the top tier 1, then Zamudo moves on over to the bottom side. He gets a full turret for himself. So yes, Ole Miss, they're winning out on objectives. They are winning out on kills, but Shogo giving over that shutdown and now potentially even trying to contest on the back end of this play. I think that Maryville are making this very competitive where it looked like it was very one-sided.
Keel did not want to immediately flash over the wall. Now he goes for it, but he baits the rest of his team in, and Spyrax can now look for a re-engage. Shockwave, at least to stop Spyrax in his role. As Zamudo now trying to collapse with that Realm Warp. The rest of Ole Miss able to make it out alive, but I think Keel not wanting to flash immediately ends up costing more for Ole Miss there.
Yeah, now Ole Miss are kind of on the back foot. They don't have a lot of HP. They had Shogo catch this bottom lane wave, but they're losing damage onto mid. They still have the Rift Herald that they can play for in a few moments' time. Again, Dragon spawning in 2.5, and that'll put them on Soul Point. But playing on 2 lanes here, Maryville doing a great job of answering back in this game.
Definitely keeping the game relatively even now. I mean, the gold lead's still
Zamudo
favoring
gets
Ole
caught?
Miss. Oh, big catch onto Zamudo's Rise by Straysnar. And maybe Zamudo was just overstaying a little too long there.
They didn't know that he was on ward there, so he just gets caught. Great find from Ole Miss. That's going to be them summoning the Rift Herald, looking into this mid-turret. Gold now again onto Shogo. 6 grubs as well. They're going to try and fade into topside, cover Asila, and again, just being able to make sure that they can escort their mage mid out from a side lane, back into mid lane. Very important concept for Ole Miss, so great job from them being able to play and find that fast pick onto Zamudo.
Still relative gold advantage in favor of Ole Miss at 18.5 minutes into the game. Maryville University have been playing the map well, though, and ensuring that despite all the things that have gone well for Ole Miss, their solo laners are still higher up in CS. The fact that Spyrax is pretty much going perfect CS, if not above what you would expect out of a mid laner at 19 minutes into the game, just goes to show that this Yone will still be a force to be reckoned with. Keel unlocking the mid lane and saying, Sajed, you don't get to play. Cleanse was not used there, knowing that his demise was already sealed. And the rest of Ole Miss now continuing to barrel down into the mid tier 2.
Sorry, brother, you don't have flash. You're a little too far up in that mid lane wave. So alongside with the Demolish, it's going to be a pretty big win coming in here for Ole Miss. Dragon spawning in 50. They still need to be able to reset, use some of their gold. Shogo's going to get escorted out. And yeah, Spyrax trying to Chovy his way through this game. Zamudo actually trying to escape. That is a huge win, I think, for Ole Miss, getting the teleport out from this Rise.
Dragon coming up in the next 30 seconds. At least Sajed is back up on the Rift and ready to deploy. However, Ole Miss have pretty nice control of this river. Zyko has been able to strong wall to his way through, looking for Zamudo, forcing him to flash. Death Charge connects onto Shogo, and Fate sealed from Spyrax. Super Mega Death Rocket! They
No
found
way!
Shogo! And Ole Miss just lost out on their big advantage in one swoop fight by Maryville University.
Maybe they pick onto Zamudo at the end here, but Keel, it's a hell of a fight for them to find. Ole Miss just feeling way too confident. They did not have control of mid. They did not know how many members of Maryville were going to be able to respond. Asila's going to go down. Another kill, a shutdown here for Sajed, and that should be the mid-tier 1 falling. The Dragon going as well. Maryville fight back here in game number 3.
It's just so damn impressive. The tenacity, the resilience of Maryville University's individual members, despite losing out on big early game wins from the side of Ole Miss. They clutch up, find one big fight at the 20-minute mark, and just like that, Dimitri, we're back to an even state. Hell, I think it's pretty much Maryville University favored for the rest of the game now.
It's so tough. I just like, why are we looking for that fight? Yes, I understand like the idea of, hey, maybe there's more members, we could try to make a quick play, but between Nautilus being there and being able to really stall out that fight, it's a massive win. There's a Leona ult I just heard. I feel like they're trying to make this play onto Zyko. Okay, so that's going to be a free kill.
He already used his flash. No one is near. It's a quick play by Ole Miss trying to brute force their way back into reclaiming control of the map state.
It's going to be the Otacon.
And numbers advantage, yeah. That's going to be Otacon. TP used by Stray, just making sure that he is here for the potential fight. Spyrex has TP if he wants to answer, but he and Zamudo can instead say, you know what? We're not going for Otacon. We're going to go for tier 2s in both the mid lane and the bot lane.
Okay, it's the Ruinous Otacon, so an increase in epic monster rewards as well as all of these blood roses, these blood petals going over. An increase in adaptive force as well as experience, going to feel very good. Keel trying to just protect his bottom side, you know, wants to make sure that Ole Miss that don't lose too much on this side of the map. So I like the idea of using the Grand Starfall there. Great job from Ole Miss to make that pick and immediately snap onto the objective. They're going to get, you know, pretty good use out of this, but you have 6 grubs, you have 2 dragons. Feel like if we can maybe get one more dragon, you're feeling very good about their spot in this game.
Yeah. Ole Miss are definitely, hang on, Spyrex. Yeah, forcing the flash out with that solar flare. That's going to be a big summoner spell cooldown that Ole Miss can keep track of for the next fight.
All right. Well, no longer having that flash. I feel like out of any champion, Yone's probably the champion who cares the least about having his flash. But still, if he gets Leona ulted ever since they took away the CC cleanse on his E, that is a pretty big pick for them to be able to find. Stray trying to get some damage here. You already see that Asila and Keel are on their movements.
Oh, but he has no more CC spells. Zamudo being patient and then using the Realm Warp after Stray exhausts all of his spells there. As that definitely could have been a nice kill setup. There's still no objectives for the next couple of minutes. Baron spawning in 1:43. The 4th dragon of the game, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We're going to see if Ole Miss can reclaim control of the map now that they are the first ones back on the map.
I think that's fine, though. Again, it's all about nickel and diming Maryville at this point. You do realize that you're having kind of like 2 solo lanes that are almost level 16 here in this game. They are very strong, all things considered. And them getting access to more waves, to more gold, and still being able to split push even with a grub disadvantage, I think is very, very smart here from Ole Miss. So you have a bit of a timer here. Gold is all but evened up here, 24 minutes in. And I think that right now Maryville do have to be a little bit careful, not worrying too much about the dragon, but like we saw with the Otacon, with Baron spawning in a minute, any pick that occurs within the next 30 seconds might just open up a free Baron for Ole Miss. And I think Baron alongside Otacon and 6 grubs makes it very easy for Ole Miss to open up this game and potentially destroy most of your base.
Yeah, and the only reason outside of the big fight for Maryville around that 3rd dragon was still even like competitive for Maryville is just the fact that Spyrex is nearly flame horizoning Asila in terms of CS, and it just goes to show, like, Spyrex, despite dropping 2 solo kills early on, he's just way better at understanding of how much CS he can optimize for himself, and I don't know if that's, like, just an individual strength over Asila, or if it's a decision by Ole Miss to force the overgroup on Asila, which means that he is dropping more waves compared to this Yone.
We'll have to see what the actual influence of this is right now. You can see that Yone pushing on the bottom side. Stray has no Mega right now, and also lost his Flash during this, so won't be able to make a big flashy play going into the Baron here spawning. It is going to be Maryville now clearing out some of this vision, but it is a scuttle and a single ward sitting behind the blue buff entrance that does allow for Ole Miss to be able to walk in. Wonder what the priority for them is going to be. First, it's going to be moving into mid lane, but summoner spells, most importantly between our 280 carries, an advantage for Maryville as Shogo does not have flash, and they could go for the dragon and put themselves at soul point, but I think they just want to grab this Baron and force Maryville into an uncomfortable position.
not starting it up, trying to bait them into the darkness where they have full vision control. Maryville are at least able to spot that the Baron was not started with that blue ward. Flash right on top is Psycho. He's going to pop the death charge and make sure that Shogo can't get any damage out, but now guaranteed 5-on-4. Keel's taking a lot of damage. He's taken out by Sajet. That's the first reset. Shimmer blocking any damage with that Crescent Guard. Spyrex stepping on forward, takes about a third of his HP in response. Zamudo is going to be forced to recall here, same as Rhino. But the fact that Zamudo can teleport back to the map, and there's no jungler for the side of Ole Miss. Advantage for Maryville.
No, Shimmer!
No, not like this! Shimmer steps out without the rest of his team to back him up, and what could have been a guaranteed dragon is now going over to Ole Miss.
They're going to let Stray solo this, put Shogo and Asila in mid lane so that they can control, and then they can move into top side. I thought maybe with Shimmer being up, thank you for spamming the emotes there, Shimmer. That's basically all he's going to be able to do from the gray screen. It's going to be Soul Point now here, confirmed for Ole Miss. And that pick may have saved them the game. The teleport's coming through. Keel has his ultimate. They're going to go straight for this Baron here. Shimmer's not going to be up in time for this play.
What a disastrous sequence off of one pick from Maryville University's new jungler here, trying to fill in the shoes for Yuji. The rest of Maryville squad gonna see if they can make the difference. Spyrex over the wall.
He misses.
Good flash by the backline, able to dodge the damage for Spyrex. Psycho is gonna go down first. Sajed looking for the resets. Shockwave finds Zamudo, and now it's up to Spyrex and Sajed to save the game. Rhino tries to give his life, but they stop the Baron. The Baron's at 4.7k HP. Shimmer's back on the map. Maryville University have saved this fight, and now the rest of Ole Miss are in full retreat mode unless Keel can get back into the pit. He has full damage.
Oh!
Keel saves the game for Ole Miss. He steals the Baron away with the power of one spear.
He throws it. Maybe we're watching a little bit too much Evangelion, because that is a spear from heaven coming down and stealing the Baron for Ole Miss. It looked down, it looked out, but Ole Miss are able to stand tall. It'll be 3 players with this Baron buff for right now. Massive mistake coming in from Shimmer, not being able to secure that with the smite. And honestly, a very close one, all things considered. Maryville getting resets for Sajed. And you're looking at this, 3 items for Kaisa. They started this off with a pick on a Zyko. They might be able to do it yet again.
Zyko no flash. This Nautilus is dead to rights. Ole Miss has the Baron buff on their sides. And what Maryville University were trying to do in the wake of their jungler being off the table for that Baron, they almost salvaged it, but Keel pulls the Uno reverse card, puts it back into Ole Miss's hands, and now they breach the base. The first inhibitor falls in the mid lane. They can focus their attention towards the bot lane next, but they're going to press into the Nexus turrets.
You have 6 Grubs, you have Baron, and you have Otacon. Gotta be feeling strong about their chances. There's still a bottom lane tier 2, so they're not even gonna be able to go for this. Stopped by Rhino.
Shockwave clips him, that's it! Yoni's gone! It's an equal trade over to Rhino on the Leona, but you have to imagine that maybe Ole Miss feel favored here. They're waiting for Stray to push up the wave onto the bottom side, taking out the tier 2 before making a siege into the inhibitor tower on the bottom side of the map here.
Such an important game for them to be able to win. Ole Miss battling back, and I think most impressively, the fact that these solo lanes, despite losing out in CS, despite maybe losing out on some of the individual mechanics, are playing that much better than their opponents. Asylum knows his job in this game. It is Shockwave onto multiple members of Maryville. It is finding Spyrax, and despite him having a massive game number 2, the mid laner for Maryville is looking quite lost. Yes, he has a massive CS advantage.
Shogo!
Oh, Shogo's by himself. Shogo has flash, he has killer instinct.
Shogo!
Observers, show us Shogo, please! He's dead! He doesn't use any of his summoner spells. Nothing is up for another minute. We need to see Maryville take over the map.
Okay, Ole Miss down without Kaisa for the next 40 seconds. There's no objectives that Maryville University can immediately gain, which does hurt Maryville a little bit there. And good patience by Shogo to not burn any crucial spells trying to make the escape. Just accepting that, unfortunately for him, stayed and recalled last, giving MU the window to push out on the map. Hang on, Ole Miss. Don't give over too many advantages now. Remember, you do not have Kaisa. Keel forced to flash away. The zap is going to slow him down. The rest of MU will guarantee the tier 2. Ole Miss, calm down. Maryville University trying to prey upon a little bit of the nerves settling in once Shogo was off the map there. And at best, they lose a flash on Keel.
All right, but that's gold, and we wanted to see them take control of the map. They get the mid-tier 1 or mid-tier 2, Dragon spawning in 45. Maryville need to reset and still keep them on a swivel. I mean, they have no wards out right now. There's no possibility for a flank. Maryville are just going to have to walk into this fight dry, maybe teleporting off of this bottom wave in a single lone control ward around Ole Miss's Gromp here. This is soul here for Ole Miss if they can secure this. And you have to think, if they're able to grab this objective, the flat damage resistance that they would get would probably set themselves up for a Game 3 win.
Ole Miss, one good fight away from being at match point. Same with Maryville University. And once again, Maryville playing to their strengths, using the power of that bottom wave, shoving up, same as top wave. And by controlling and catching the wave early in mid lane, it's going to force Ole Miss's hand to realize we can't just get this guaranteed soul for ourselves, but they're trying to force it. Dragon's already been burned down. Shimmer doesn't get a chance to steal it. And now Ole Miss has just got to be careful about how they play this fight. Realm War comes in. Zamudo finds a Silas. Shogo playing for his life, but Zamudo holds the line with the Seeker's arm guard. Shogo forced to pop his own as well. They block the spell damage, but now
Wait, they're winning this.
The rest of Maryville University. Ole Miss, I think they over-index for this soul, and now the rest of Maryville University can pay dividends and make Ole Miss run for their lives. Sajed coming online with the Jinx. Triple kill. Flash forward. One more zap into a rocket will earn him the Quadra, and Maryville University are going to match point.
And it doesn't matter if you get the soul. Stray never gets into the backline. Asila still has the shockwave. Maryville make the comeback here in game number 3. No teleport. It's going to be an inhibitor for Maryville. I think that this series is absolutely delivering. It is the first seed versus the second seed. The most storied program versus Ole Miss and Shogo trying to claim another championship for one of the best AD carries to play in Collegiate League of Legends. As Maryville find themselves another break 20 seconds before the Baron, and Ole Miss, they're going to have to scramble right back out of the map with missing summoner spells.
A preemptive call on my behalf, my bad fam, but Ole Miss are now pretty much in dire straits. They picked up the Chemtech Soul for themselves, but that seemed like too punishing of a fight to take. Ole Miss are going to have to dig deep and show that even with their inhibitor down in the mid lane, they can still find a game-winning fight and put themselves at match point. Rhino Shockwave! Run into the backline delivery system! Stray flashing forward, about to go Mega! Spyrax trying to make the difference here.
Oh my god, Stray!
Our ultimate run at the Zyko and the rest of the members here. Keel about to go into the backline, too low on HP to press the advantage forward. Looks for Shimmer instead, and I take it back! Maryville University, I thought they had the advantage, but now Ole Miss fight and find the counterpunch necessary to take the Baron off the back of it.
All right, Mark, if there's any Ole Miss fans, I think you need to stop calling the game for them, for either of these teams, because we're just getting it back and forth. The Baron will finally go over to Ole Miss. They can still fight, but look at the death timers. 20 seconds for Sajed, and there are no minion waves. Great job from Maryville. They tended to their side lanes before this, make it hard for Ole Miss to actually use this Baron. It is probably going to be this top lane tier 2 falling next. But you look at the items being done here. Spyrax has that Guardian Angel, has 4 items on this Yone. We're taking a look back in this replay. This engage from the front line of Ole Miss, impeccable. Stray finding the back line as well, stopping Sajed. He gets taken out in this fight, and Spyrax and Zamudo, they try to make magic happen like it did around the Dragon Pit, but it is not the same. We're going to go right back to live. It is a push in mid. Shogo has his AP Kaisa, so every single Prey Seeker that lands is going to be massive.
Keel flashing forward for the movement speed and the power. Aegis Assault doesn't really get anything off the back end of it. TP is coming in from Spyrax. As you called out, GA available for this Yone. And from what I have gathered from both of these back-to-back fights out, the game ain't over until the Nexus falls. We're going to see if Ole Miss can now cross the finish line in this game 3, or if Maryville University can find another miracle fight.
This is so tough. We're seeing Maryville constantly hold onto their base. They have a ton of wave clear between Sajed and Spyrax. You have a Dragon, you have a Baron, you have Otacon. I think if Ole Miss lose this, you have to imagine it's sitting in the back of their heads like, how the hell did we let this game get away from us? But maybe that'll just be consigned to fanfic at this point, because Maryville are looking for the push onto the base. Stray does not have Mega Gnar going into this. So I think we're just going to call back, and Rafa, we're going to Elder. I have to imagine. A minute and a half from now, not much that Ole Miss were able to get with this Baron. I think we're going to the Great Equalizer.
Yeah, the timer for Ole Miss right now is waiting for Stray to build up Rage once again to go into Mega Form. There's 30 seconds before I imagine Ole Miss have to back up and reset for the Elder Dragon fight. Turret starting to fall from the empowered cannon minion. Zamudo taking some damage from these Void Seekers off of Shogo's Kaisa. The inhibitor tower finally falls, and the inhibitor is exposed, and it should be the next one to easily fall next. 2 inhibitors now down in the base of Maryville University, and Ole Miss are going to take this time to redeploy on the map and set up what could be the finishing fight of this game 3.
All right, Asylum finishes his 4th item. He finally is able to get a Seeker's Arm Guard, at least. Man, this is such a tense game. I mean, Ole Miss, if they ever find a win in these fights, 6 grubs has to be a game breaker for them. And now we'll see if Maryville can push out. Looking onto these mid waves, it looks like they're pushing through bottom lane first just to have this close. But a Kaisa on this Elder in 30 seconds will just melt this objective. Let's see how Maryville enter into this bottom side jungle, enter into all of this fog of war, and how do Ole Miss try to close this one out?
Stray blast coned over to Maryville University members, looking for Spyrax first. If you find this Yone before everyone else is able to collapse, Zamudo now TP's in. Wait a minute, Ray and Stray are completely isolated. Keel is about to fall next as well. Does he have a GA? No, he doesn't. He's gonna fall. That's Ole Miss losing out on their jungler. Rhino is forced to send it, but Maryville University still have all 5 members. A big blunder to make at this stage in the game is going to cost Ole Miss the Elder Dragon.
And they have maybe a mid-wave to go for this. Kaisa's going to have to make the steal of a century. Members of Maryville are recalling. Ole Miss are going to try and make a steal. No, they're not going to fight for this. I mean, this Elder is going to overlap with the next Baron. Kill and Rhino just jeopardize this game, going way too far. And Elder goes over to Maryville University. This game is not ending.
I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now. Multiple times where one team has the advantage. It's a big slip up. And seemingly after the last slip up by Maryville University, Ole Miss finally looked like they had the composure to play this one out cleanly. But now Maryville University gifted another opportunity to take match point for themselves, or put themselves at match point, I should say. Middle inhibitor still exposed. It has respawned on the side of Ole Miss, but now 5 members strong on the side of Maryville University pushing up. Summoner spells available for Spyrax. No flash on Sajed. Gonna see how much Shogo can get done with these Void Seekers and the poke before Maryville University begin the siege.
All right, they have a small minion wave here, but this Elder is so nasty, especially with Spyrax and Zamudo in the state that they are. Almost completed items across the board. Zamudo still going to stay here. Spyrax was maybe looking for a cheeky teleport. It is one more minion wave here. Can Ole Miss withstand the Elder? Mininar behind them. No Mega here for Stray. You can see how trepidatious this fight is right now. It is touch and go between these two teams.
Ole Miss are trying to see if they can at least look for a quick pick here. Shimmer about to fall to Stray, solo by himself, forced to pop the Crescent Guard. They're trying to protect Spyrax's recall, but look at the minion wave pouring in through the bottom side. If Ole Miss cannot die, but still keep them here, they can try to look for a TP base end. Look how they're playing with the range. Look how they're keeping Maryville University interested. They're pinging the bottom wave, pushing into the base of Maryville University. No one is pulling the trigger for a TP quite yet, unless... Okay.
Oh my god, okay, the minions are hitting. They're going to go for Baron. No, Stray is teleporting for this fight. We could have teleported for the end here. Keep them in their base. Spyrax is backing right now. Maybe this is the Baron going over to Ole Miss.
Spyrex has TP. He will answer with the minion wave first, but the Nexus turret isn't just going to fall to this
Holy
minion
hell.
wave. Oh my god, the base has been completely opened up, and now Maryville University have a big task to ask here. Can they stop Ole Miss from going for the Baron? Looks like that's the case. Nothing really forced here by Ole Miss, but now it's an open Nexus. The only grateful thing for Maryville University is that not only inhibitors will respawn, but Nexus turrets will respawn as long as they can stall for them to come back up.
I mean, no flash for Shogo, and Fog of War being a such big part of this game. The fact that neither team can really see where each other are, they don't know if they're waiting in the wings. Maryville stay a little bit longer to just try to maybe stop Ole Miss. And that's the Elder gone. Baron being started. You have Kaisa. This thing just immediately evaporates. Maryville are going to focus on their side lanes, and maybe we get another fight similar to the Dragon Soul where, hey, you got the Baron. They're going to have to immediately recall. They don't want to lose more of their base. They also have a Rise ultimate here. Shogo and Asila are going to be stopped here. Maryville are looking for the end.
The Rockets stop the recalls here. It's up to Stray and Keel to defend the Nexus turrets from falling. Samuto loses nearly 50% of his HP, more than 50% of his HP, I should say. Still has the Zonias and the Seraph shield, but he was forced to flash. Ole Miss pulling a big gambit there, going for the Baron, but they at least keep one Nexus turret alive. Zamudo gets the Seraph shield popped by another Void Seeker. Shogo's gonna send
Oh my god!
At least to pop the Zonias. Psycho has to defend his Rise here, but it's not going to happen. 5 on 4 now. Sajed forced to pop the Clint. Stray flashing forward for the Clint. Slow. Stray about to go Mega Shockwave, pulls it right back in, throws him away. Shimmer and Spyrex on the run. Sajed trying to keep his distance and pump out these rockets here, but Stray will lock down Spyrex. The G is pumped. Sajed, can he find a reset here? Rhino's gonna lock him down. Can this Jinx find a reset here?
Oh, Silo flashes forward!
Is it? Shimmer falls! Ole Miss! There's a minion wave pushing into the mid lane. Ole Miss can't even go for the base end yet, Dimitri, because the power of the minion waves are keeping them in their base.
Oh no, they had no ways. They can't push on bottom lane, mid wave, or top lane. This game keeps on going. This is the game that will never end here as we are looking to put one team at match point. Elder Dragon number 2, the 7th dragon of this game, will spawn in a minute's time. We still got at least one more game after this, and goddamn, are Maryville and Ole Miss looking to play for their lives. 10 seconds before Spyrex or Shimmer are alive.
When I said that this was potentially going to be a turbo banger, I did not expect this level of competition between both of these teams, but this series has been delivering on the entertainment value, and I wouldn't want it to happen any other way, as this is only the upper finals of the CLOL season for 2025. This could potentially be a preview of what is to come at Raleigh in North Carolina, unless Winthrop University, after witnessing this series, has something else to say to the person that gets knocked down to the lower bracket.
All right, we're jockeying over mid position. We advantage over to Ole Miss with this range from the Kaisa, the poke that she's able to have. Zamudo is going to recall, could teleport if he really needs to be here. He's going to try to make this play happen. I'm looking at summoner spells. No flash for either of our AD carries. No flash for the mid and jungles of both teams. It is going to be an all-out brawl with a Baron, with a Mountain Soul, or a Dragon Soul on the side of Ole Miss. Can they make this happen? This game has been incredibly close.
Oh, right on top of Zyko. That's the first one. Asila getting set up by Spiker, Firex, but he
Rhino's dead!
Rhino falls. Sajed.
Oh!
Shogo finds this moment. Spyrex thrown away by Stray, protecting his AD carry. But now it's down to Keel, Shogo, and Stray. Spyrex and Sabuto trying to fight for their lives. Shimmer trying to be the equalizer in the difference here. Stray.
Look at Shogo!
Looks at Sabuto. Shogo is dipping and dodging. He is the GOAT of Collegiate and rises to the occasion alongside Ole Miss. Ole Miss will walk down the minion wave, put themselves at match point.
There we go. They've got a minion wave, and Shogo's Kaisa finally steps up, brings his team to a victory, even with Sajed getting excited, even with these Nexus turrets respawning. finally, Ole Miss are now 1 game away from the CLOL championships over in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Absolute freaking cinema, baby.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. With that win, you already said it. Ole Miss are now 1 win away from punching their ticket to Raleigh, North Carolina. They are 1 win away from Ole Miss making their first finals appearance as a collegiate program, and 1 win away for Shogo to return to the final stage since 2023.
I have no other words to say. I mean, we spoke for literally 45, 50 minutes here. What the hell was that game? This is exactly what we expect from the top 2 seeds coming into this matchup. And potentially Maryville falling into the lower bracket. They're going to have to lean on that experience, lean on Coach Niles to kind of bring them back into this series. A lot of questions left to be answered, and a game that felt like it broke the norm. The solo lanes of Maryville kind of collapsing here in this game, almost making a comeback, almost taking the base of Ole Miss, and now it's 1 game away from ending this series.
I don't think any more needs to be said. Maryville University backs against the wall, 1 game away from being denied a return to that final stage for them, something that has not happened in quite some time. Maryville University would be knocked down to the lower bracket if they cannot make the reverse comeback after this game 3, going into our 4th game of the series. We're going to need to take a short break. Hell,
Yeah.
As long of a break as we can afford, but obviously we need to get back to the series because it's been delivering. Stay tuned, y'all. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, shout out to my dad for clutching up and bringing me some water after that banger of the game 3. My goodness. I didn't even have to ask him. He heard me through the walls of the house, and he's like, his voice is cracked up right now. But, oh my goodness, guys, if you missed game 3, you need to go back and watch it right now.
No, not right now. Not right now. We're on match point. Watch the series.
Okay, watch how it ends, but you got to go watch Game 3. That was a banger of a roller coaster. Now, Ole Miss find themselves on match point against Maryville University, and something that was pointed out to us by a very good friend named Mr. Shonatonen. If we go back through the history of CLOL recent championships, Maryville University, the only time they ever lost a series on their run to the finals was in grand finals itself. Yeah. This would be the first time in quite some, I can't even...
In 3 years. It would be in 2022 where they ended in top 4, but the last 2 years of CLOL, they have not lost a series. Here today, they're in the upper bracket, so they have not lost a series here. They've only lost in the grand finals since 2023, which is an insane legacy to uphold, and again, part of the reason why Maryville are just the best collegiate program of all time.
And you know what's the crazy thing, Alec? The last time that Maryville lost their first series of their run of the upper bracket in 2022, you know who they lost it to? It was the St. Thomas.
The winners? Oh, true.
It was to Shogo. So Shogo has the potential to repeat history against Maryville University by giving them their first loss of this upper bracket and potentially threatening them from returning to the final stage if they cannot overcome Winthrop University in the lower finals.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Loser of the series will play again up against Winthrop, so we'll see. Already we're staying on the same sides, but bans are starting to change. We are no longer getting 2 top lane bans on the Yorick. It is now the Kaisa joining the Lucian alongside them. And Ole Miss staying on this red side, I wonder what the priority is going to be in terms of the first pick coming on through for Maryville.
And the bans have yet changed except for the Kaisa. They have kept, what was it? Rumble and another top laner, if I'm not mistaken.
It was Yorick.
Yeah, Yorick. So now, for the first time this series, Yorick is available. And I'm not going to say that, Stray plays the Yorick as well as some of the Yoricks we've seen around the world. But Yorick is kind of a menace if left unattended for too long. So we'll see if this is where Ole Miss want to dip into taking advantage of that ban opening up. And look at this, Dimitri, that they picked the Orianna for themselves as well. They're trying to deny all of the winning pieces that allowed Ole Miss to feel so damn comfortable in that game 3.
All right, and now going for the Hui. So seems like Ole Miss are going to be trying to play a little bit of a range game here. Engage from Maryville might be a little weak. I think Leona might have to get snapped up here. It's really valuable against both of these immobile mages, and I think much more punishing for a champion like Hui to have a Leona and an Orianna on the same team. Shiver's going to pick up the Xin Sao again, so this jungle matchup will be happening for a second time in a row. What is the third pick here? Is it going to be one for Sajet? Or are we going to be seeing a support pick like I was predicting?
8 seconds on the clock here. Taking their time with it on what to prioritize. Wow. Zamudo going for the Scion. So now they're trying to unlock a bit more traditional front-to-back team fighting for the side of Maryville University, putting Zamudo on Scion duty, and that means Stray feels that much more comfortable going for the guaranteed Yorick counter into the Scion.
I am a little worried. I feel like the Scion was a great pick coming in from Maryville, and I feel like the Yorick is a bit bait. Just the fact that we were able to kind of see this, it does mean that Ole Miss are not going to be able to really play traditional 5-on-5s. If Maryville pick more immobile carries, I think Yorick becomes a little bit more worth, especially with them being able to put down the cage around their carries. That becomes a very big problem for Maryville. So on the side of Ole Miss, we're getting into these drafts. Big focus onto 80 carries from Ole Miss, taking away the misfortune. Maybe they get rid of Tristana as well when you have so much front line, and we've already seen that from Sajed.
Another priority bot lane. Okay, just the Jinx. They respected how close Sajed was able to get to turning around that very last fight before Ole Miss were able to barrel their way into the base of Maryville University. Potentially another support ban coming out from Maryville University, trying to limit the options. No, it's a safety ban in this Xayah, trying to deny ways that Shogo could absorb, engage, and he's going to trust on his Tristana for this match point.
I think this is important, just giving him priority and the ability to actually kind of move on forward. Just having that explosive charge as well as the jump is going to make sure that Shogo will always have the ability to carry. We'll see what this last pick is for Maryville University, what they want to go for in the bottom lane. They're going to go for Corki, so wanting some skirmishing power. Maryville are going to be able to play that mid-range incredibly well with Orianna and Corki providing a lot of damage and a ton of crowd control, I think, between Shimmer, Zamudo, and Zyko with what they have showing.
What is the support lock in here? You're going to have to blind it, and because this isn't Fearless, if it's a Rel, you could easily go for an Alistar counterpick, deny ways for this Rel to get her engage off reliably. I don't see another support that would be prioritized in this situation unless there's something else that they want to consider to the rest of the composition that Maryville has.
I think Nautilus is fine. Leona, we talked about it early in the draft. I think just having these immobile carries, forcing out the summoners, and also the support 2v2, when we talk about on either the jungle or the AD carries, just has so much more damage alongside it. So that's going to be the draft here done, and Ole Miss not really as tanky. Once Stray hits 3 items, then he can actually be a pretty big front line, having access to things like Spear of Shojin and the Sterix Gauge. But what I am looking at from Ole Miss seems like they really want to try to play the range game. They really want to delay what Maryville are going to be able to do. But I'm looking at Maryville, man. They've got an insane amount of front line. I think that Xin Zhao is very deceptively strong, having that Crescent Guard. But I mean, you take the nameplates, you put them back on, and Shimmer has had a tough time so far in this series.
It has been very, very challenging for Shimmer to step up in the place of UG for Maryville University. And even though some of the times the rest of the squad is able to salvage some of the plays that are created in response to them punishing Shimmer, you're starting to see that it's slowly wearing Maryville University down, and they're really having to kind of overwork in place of it. But now with a more front-to-back composition for the side of Maryville University, really the first time we've seen it all series long, where Zamudo is now going to become a super tank, a really damn good front line, trying to help create space for everyone else on the team.
Okay, so we're getting into this game soon. I think we're looking at this Ole Miss. They have the match point. Every game from here on out is a best of one between these two teams. And we're going to be seeing how Asilo will be able to pilot this way. I like the idea of the way. If there's ever an engage, it actually is very difficult to get on top of Ole Miss. With that fear, you can kind of take priority and stop any kind of forward movement coming on forward. I'm interested to see what Ole Miss is able to perform with, because I think we've seen a lot of the skeleton of this kind of play in a series like NACL, but what I am worried about for this is going to be whether or not the front line, and especially the fact that Ole Miss have already shown that they overplay their hand sometimes in some of these series. So that's going to be whether or not can they actually rein that in a little bit and show a little bit of restraint going into this fourth game.
That's right. Oh, man, Alec, I can't believe we've been able to witness what has unfolded on the Rift here in these past 3 games. We're beginning to load up onto the Rift for Game 4 now between Ole Miss and Maryville University. This rivalry that has stemmed beyond Ole Miss itself to Shogo when he was on University of St. Thomas back in 2023, and being one of the few that has really rose up and denied Maryville University multiple championships alongside the ranks of St. Louis University and Winthrop University in years past. This would be the first time, as you mentioned before, since 2022. If Ole Miss win this game, they will knock Maryville University down to the lower bracket, and it'll be the first time since 2022 since Maryville University have lost a series before grand finals.
Such a big thing. Again, Shogo versus Maryville. All-time game score 14-12 before today. Series score 5-4. So being able to kind of get that lead, like, very important for a player like him who, you know, has shown a little bit of his own personality, is very much a confidence-driven player in his own abilities, and being able to have that record against the best program of all time, gotta feel good. Again, still have to do a lot of work here, so I gotta finish out this series if he wants to have those kinds of bragging rights. You know, already some damage coming out from Asila onto Spyrax, but we'll have to see. Big siege coming on through. If they can get multiple grubs here, I think Ole Miss are going to be very happy with their state of the game with this Tristana and Yorick.
And for the first time since Game 1, if I'm not mistaken, Shimmer will be matching Keel on the same side of the jungle for a clear. I think, I don't know what were the conversations Maryville University were having in between games 3 and 4, but maybe one of the first adaptations and changes that needs to be made is how Shimmer reacts and responds to what Keel wants to do on the map early on.
I think a lot of information needs to be gained as well. Both teams getting wards onto enemy Raptor Pit so they can try to spot out where their junglers are moving. But I think Shimmer, early on in this game, should be playing reactionary. He should be trying to prevent ganks onto his bottom lane. Good. I mean, MU, they get early level 2 here in the lane, getting some taunting from Zyko, having a bit of fun here in the series. But yeah, just level 2 advantage. If Shogo and Rhino were actually able to get level 2, I imagine the same thing would have happened on the opposite side, but that is a early flash gone from Shogo.
Is there a possibility for Maryville University to punish Shogo without a flash? Kind of hard to do so, since Tristana is one of those few ADCs that can not only get out of 60 situations without that summoner spell, but also the only champion that can buffer CC spells thanks to that rocket jump if timed correctly. So not sure if a flash advantage will be enough for Maryville University to do something for the first time this series and really try and dive Shogo and Rhino early on into this game.
All right, we're getting some skirmishing around the bot side. That's the Ignite being popped by Rhino. It seems like they're just trying to soften up this bottom lane so that Keel can come down.
I think he's dead. He's dead. It's the isolated 2v2 as Zygo was able to create enough distance before Shogo was able to at least look for a trade 1v1, and that guarantees that Sajed and Zyko are up early in this lane.
Oh, Keel's trying to fight for early scuttle right now. I mean, you have no lanes that can play for you. Rel's going to be able to move up. Spyrax is here as well. I mean, this is just going to be a free one for Shimmer. He should be able to grab this. Can even play towards the top side with Zamudo pushing him in. Early start here for Maryville, already going their way, not only in the 2v2, but just across these lanes.
One of the things that was already so remarkable about the way Game 3 started was around this time we started to see multiple lanes getting accelerated and off to a really good early start. Isolated 2v2 kill from Shogo and Rhino. Asila getting the first of 2 solo kills against Spyrax, and Stray receiving help from Keel and then getting a kill for himself. None of that has happened for Ole Miss, and it seems like for at least Maryville University's sake, they are back to what was the expected script.
Yeah. Teleport's coming out. They're making early swaps. Is going to be Maryville first out onto the map, so Sion will be able to catch this wave, and as soon as he gets level 6, he can actually just show up in a minute's time for the first set of grubs here. So I think Ole Miss need to be able to play the map a little bit better than their opponents. That has been a bit of a problem for them. I feel like across the series, Ole Miss have had moments where they've looked a little bit stronger on the map, but generally, Maryville have been a lot better about where they're allowed to allocate side lanes and when they can push and move into Fog of War. So making sure that with this poke and siege composition of the Yorick, that you can actually kind of play the map correctly and hopefully apply pressure, because imagine a Sion walks up, he's going to have infinite amount more usefulness and efficacy versus a champion like Yorick.
It's the first time that we've seen a Syla on a new champion this series. It's the first way of this best of 5 has been back-to-back Orianna games. Maryville University denying it for the first time. And Shimmer has snuck his way into this brush. Shogo still no flash, no barrier. Zyko trying to step him and find it. What potentially could have been a Q or a Q flash, but Shogo and Rhino playing very, very respectfully of that possibility. And Shimmer finally drops the act. Not going to wait in this brush any longer since the first rotation to grubs have spawned.
Okay, as long as Keel can get level 6 here, should be able to at least steal one of these grubs. Having a bit of issues from the mid lane. It seems like Spyrax has really dropped the game 3 jitters or whatever the hell was happening to him. Maybe Keel looks for a flash.
Looking for Sajed. He's able to Valkyrie away. Keel was right behind them, but not in range to look for a flash stun or at least get a summoner spell off. Psycho could be in trouble here, but he's able to remount, flashing away now. And now it's a Rel without a flash. Still has Hex Flash, so still can... Oh, one more spear.
Wow.
Good sidestep by Zyko.
Okay, those are all of the grubs. Wait, oh!
Oh, Keel was trying to overforce the play, but he didn't have a spear ready on cooldown. And now Shimmer, who just finished the grubs, can look for a punish on the Rhino and Shogo. No flash on the Leona. Shogo's going to have to leave his support out to dry. The Flash 3 Talon strike from Shimmer guarantees the feat of warfare for Maryville University.
And Sajed and Psycho finally have a moment in this series where they really can kind of take Shogo and Rhino to task. That has been a big problem in the series that we haven't touched on all that much. Stray with the Maidens, going to get some damage onto Zamudo, but one of the questions that we had for Maryville was, with Sajed coming in, he had a fantastic 2024, but was he going to really be able to fill the shoes of a player like Scary Jerry? Oh, the little guys, they're not enough. The shield from the Soul Furnace is too insane. But yeah, I mean, him taking the mantle from Scary Jerry, who ended up moving on to DSG to start this year. Him and Psycho had got a lot of work done in NACL and in CLOL, so Sajed needed to kind of prove himself on this roster.
Oh, flash from Rhino, the Zenith Blade, but Zamudo still channeled the Decimating Smash in time, but it's the Ignite from Stray. I didn't even... Wait. Okay.
I think it was one of the little guys. Yeah, the one of the little guys or the...
Little guys. I was about to say, it's like, I'm pretty sure I just saw Stray flash a few seconds ago, but the Ignite did not end up taking the kill. As you called out, probably one of the ghouls or the drain from the Maiden from Stray guarantees the kill, which is at least promising for this Yorick's setup.
Yeah. Also getting the ultimate as well as that flash that you were just noting, so pretty good. We're going to be seeing Keel enter out onto this bottom side of the map. You still have the Maiden here for Yorick, so it seems like they're just going to try to look to play for a 4v5 with Zamudo never really going to be able to match on this bottom side of the map, and kind of just with Shogo being behind where he is. Any place that Maryville placed this this Corki kind of feels like it has to be a place where Ole Miss do not want to fight.
There's a lot of members from Ole Miss trying to cut off Spyrax.
Oh!
Spiraling Despair just goes wide. The Shockwave scoops the silo right back in, forced to flash away. But Shimmer, it's going to be Spyrax flashing forward to guarantee the kill. Shimmer might fall to Keel, but does Spyrax have enough damage to get a trade back onto the Pantheon? Rhino will try to CC him down, but Spyrax will be able to survive and thrive in the 2v3, picking up a double buff and 2 kills for the Orianna.
And while all this is happening, Stray's 1v2 bottom lane gets a kill on Zyko by himself. I think impressive enough as is, but that play happening actually stops the dragon from being taken. It is the flash being missed now from both of our mid laners, so if they can potentially look to try to punish, especially with Keel having his ultimate, they can actually get right back out onto this side of the map. And I think that Maryville have to be a bit careful now that they're missing some more key ultimates no longer available to them.
Zyko, good cover here. Rhino was trying to look for something aggressive onto Sajed because Keel is setting up for a play, but Sajed just Valkyries to the safety of Zyko, and now Rhino is in danger. The spear does a lot of damage to Sajed, but it's not going to be enough to threaten him, and Rhino falls to Shiver Sin Zhao.
Well, Hui just dropped a wave in mid, or he's going to have mid prio. Sion is making the trek through Narnia, recognizing that he's probably never going to be actually able to walk away, but he now has teleport, now his ultimate. Instead, they're going to go for, we're going to reset. We're looking for a second set of grubs. Maryville were able to take the full spot of the first rotation. And as long as they can grab this second one, I think mostly just taking away from their opponents. But Sion is a decent enough split pusher if you need him to be. So we'll see more out from Maryville. I think you are very much advantage when you just look at the items right now. I don't know if Ole Miss really want to be playing up against a Sundered Sky completed, a Trinity Force Corki already done. You are on mega components right now for the side of Ole Miss.
And it is not ideal for Ole Miss to not get a single grub here, especially when you have a Yorick on your side. But as you called out, Maryville got the first rotation of grubs without any contest. And it looks like the story's going to be the same. Could just be 6 grubs going over the way of Maryville University because Keel and Rhino cannot dare to enter. They don't have top prio, they don't have mid prio, and the shockwave is going to scoop Keel right back in, forcing him to flash away. Sajed, Psycho, and Spyrex being enough to stop Keel from contesting, and that's all 6 grubs going the way of Maryville University.
We're at 11 minutes, but 8 minutes later, we are still feeling the ramifications of Shogo and Rhino losing this 2v2, of Rhino falling now twice here in this game. So maybe they try to make a play here onto Zamudo. No Maiden left, Stray very low. He has a Titan's Resolve.
Stray's got to be careful, but he's got backup. Keel and Rhino arriving to the party and making sure that Zamudo does not get a 1v1 solo kill onto the York. Oh, God! But you cannot disrespect Zamudo's Sion. As soon as I saw him bust it out for the first time in NECL in a Jace matchup, I knew that Zamudo's Sion was just built different. And now, even with all these resources trying to help Stray get ahead onto this Yorick, Zamudo still reliably keeping himself just as impactful on the map.
That Jace matchup is particularly easy for Sion, so I'm calling into question whose Jace got ran, because that's a freebie. That's a freebie for Sion players around the world. But I mean, during that play, Asila ends up dying. There's a Pantheon ult coming through.
The Magnet Storm by Zyko absorbs the engage. However, Keel is there to make the difference, flashing right on top of Zyko, forcing him to flash as well. Another Zenith Blade from Rhino. The jump from Shogo. He's out of there. Keel is able to tank up the turret aggro, and Ole Miss are firing on all cylinders once again.
A much-needed win, because Spyrax and Shimmer killed Hui in mid lane. They got 2 or 3 plates here, so with those 6 grubs, really getting a lot of gold for Spyrax. As Stray right now trying to get a little bit of work done in a side lane, even with Zamudo having no magic resist. He has 48 magic resist right now. He does not care. This guy does no damage versus him, and now they're going to force onto Asylum.
Yeah, Zamudo can take this turret for days. Even the Spiraling Despair ticking down, they're just going to auto the turret. He walks out of the range of the aggro. And yeah, it is... Okay, I guess they don't take it right away. Zamudo should not fall. He's got too much HP, but still. The fact that they're able to go for that play and tank up all that damage, he would have not been able to do that if he was playing literally any other champion.
Yep.
It's now Maryville University trying to defend.
I mean, hell. Now you get 2 turrets, massive amount of gold here coming in from for Maryville. These 6 scrubs are just providing to be such a dangerous part of the game. And we have a dragon spawned here. You see that right now, Ole Miss, they are very focused on making sure that their side lanes are getting gold, but Maryville are playing this game very, very well. And honestly, Rafa, until Shogo gets 3 items, I don't see anybody who's actually killing this Scion. Right? Like, yes, the Stray will eventually be a monster in a side lane, but now they're going to give another turret here.
Spyrax flashing the Zenith Blade despite being slowed by the Solar Flare. Great patience to wait until the crucial spell before costing his own Summoner Cell in response. And Maryville University continuing to keep pressure on the map.
Okay. It'll be Dragon with them sending 4 members now, including Sajed on this Corki to move over, take this top lane tier 1. Just making sure that their mage is getting gold, a very important part. So great job from Spyrax and the rest of Maryville. They're going to continue to apply pressure onto Stray. They do have Leona waiting in the wings. Tristana can move on over as well. But push in mid lane, Maryville get to do whatever they want with this priority. 5,000 gold up.
Rhino Hex Flash forward, baiting out Zyko's Crash down. Spyrax and Shimmer at least trying to put pressure onto the turret. Not going to be too much, still at 50% HP or slightly above. But the fact that Maryville University have an unanswered Scion in this bottom lane, since as you called it, Asila just does no damage to Scion in the top lane. And now they can force the issue onto Stray's Yorick, forcing the flash. Here's the response from Keel. Shimmer punts him away with the Crescent Guard. Rhino trying to engage with the CC. They get the shutdown onto Shimmer.
But look at their base.
Another force forward. They're going to find Zyko, but as you called it, I mean, Zamudo says, who's supposed to be the split pusher again? I thought Yorick is supposed to be doing this job. And yet it's Zamudo forcing and breaching the base with this Scion.
We're at 16 minutes, and this guy's already hitting the inhibitor turrets now. Zamudo, show a little bit of restraint here. We do not need to hit the inhibitor right now. Corki was also hitting mid-wave during all of this, so right now we're getting now the flash as well from Asila. He is going to lose his ultimate. That'll be an objective bounty as Tristana takes down the top tier 1, and a Rift Herald now going over to Ole Miss.
At least Ole Miss are able to find some objectives, but it just pales in comparison to what Maryville University have manifested on the map for the past 15 minutes here, Alec. A 4,000 gold advantage. Kills are almost even, but in turret score, it's 5-1.
That's tough. We'll see how much Ole Miss is willing to give. Again, 3-item Tristana should be able to carry this game, but finish this Cole. He's getting closer to an infinity edge here now. It's going to be a while for them to be able to do anything. Hopefully we can see from Ole Miss the ability for them to scale into this. They have a Rift Herald as well if they need to be able to use it, but I think we're just seeing on repeat, Maryville are just spamming out all of this priority. They're taking jungle camps away as well. They're feeling very much in control of this game number 4.
A TP coming in from Stray. Oh, they're going to look for the punish here. Zyko and Shimmer caught in the jungle quadrant. Sparks is way too far forward. They're all inning. Magnastorm trying to buy some time now. Sajed arrives to the party, looks for Rhino as the first kill, trying to keep this Leona safe as Shimmer still gets a chance to walk out alive. Spyrax gets the killing blow onto Rhino, but now Spyrax is compromised. No flash on this Orianna. Big pickup for kill on the Pantheon, and now Shogo. Can he look for another jump? Zamudo has teleported to this topside map. This Scion is a massive wall. Spiraling Despair connects onto Zamudo, and he just does not care. Good buster shot by Shogo keeping this Scion away. Now Zamudo trying to flash. The ghouls doing the damage numbering, but Shimmer is able to return to the party. The second win fight, allowing him to step up for the first time this series and bail Maryville University out of the second half of the fight. 4 members fall from the side of Ole Miss. 18 minutes. Maryville University have full control of this game.
Shogo just moves a little too far forward. I feel like if he would have saved his jump, maybe looked a little bit different there. Rhino's going to die. This is going to be another turret, and there's going to be more kills. And Rafa, it's looking like it is possible. Ole Miss are now just training in one by one by one. We're giving free kills. Let's head on to the game number 5 here. Maryville want to take us to match point. They want to take us to the very last game possible before we send a winner to North Carolina.
Titanic Hydra, Overlord's Bloodmail. There is not many resistances being built by Zamudo, and yet he is still too damn tanky to deal with on the side of Ole Miss. Maryville University have done such a great job of decelerating all of the carries on Ole Miss. The one person that was at least on pace if not ahead. Was Stray on this Yorick? Well, he was in that fight, and they still fell further behind in gold, Alex. So I'm kind of with you. Maryville University now up 8,000 gold total. They have full control of the map. They should be in a damn good winning state to close out this game and push us to game 5.
We still have a Rift Herald here, but like, where does Keel put it, right? Like, he's gonna probably give it over to Stray. It has to be despawning in a few minutes' time. Like, Asila is way too far behind. Shogo, nowhere close. Maybe he picks up one more minion wave in mid and he'll have his Infinity Edge, but I think to get to 3 items is hopeful thinking coming on through. Otacon spawns, Dragon spawns, and that'll be at least Maryville taking one of these objectives here. They summon the Rift Herald. They're using the Shockwave to clear the minion wave.
And they're getting a lot of damage down, but now Zamudo is here, and Stray will fall for the price of a tier 2 turret. It's all that Ole Miss can do. I can't even be mad at them. They're trying to at least keep Maryville University occupied because Stray is really the only power point that you have on the map.
I think honestly though, it does pull the Scion away from this bottom lane. It was kind of a big pain point for Ole Miss, just having no one to really be able to match. Shimmer starting up the Otacon. Do expect that this is going to be going over to Maryville. They are looking so dominant here in this 4th game. And honestly, an amazing performance from, I feel like, almost everybody, but in particular this bottom lane really standing up to Shogo and Rhino. I know that when Shogo originally came over to Ole Miss, this duo was very highly lauded as potentially being the best in collegiate.
Spyrex could be in trouble here. There's no members nearby. I think he's just going to get ran down by Keel.
Yeah.
Shogo would have loved to have another kill for himself, but did not want to risk letting Spyrex get away for free. That was flash burned by Keel in exchange for Spyrex's own flash. Another point where Ole Miss are able to at least stall out the game and slow it down a bit. It's still a mountain of a gold lead to climb for the side of Ole Miss.
So we see Stray, bottom left, 13.5, right? Zamudo, level 16, by the way.
Oh,
all right,
goodness.
Cool. So let's take stock here. We have a Scion
boy,
who is level 16, has Overlord's Bloodmail, Titanic, and probably around like 400 to 600 bonus HP from his Soul's Furnace, if not more. Yeah, I don't know who's killing this guy. Like, Shogo needs to rush the fastest LDR. Honestly, if this was like Dota, just start selling your teammates' item, funnel this guy gold, let him get LDR, and pray you're actually able to kill him. Because even Asila doesn't actually have a Leandries yet. So until that's done, hell, we're never actually punching through this guy. We need to wait for Zamudo to not be in the fight if we have any chance from Ole Miss. This game is for sure in Maryville's favor.
Yeah, this is pretty much kind of depending on Keel to do all the armor shredding for Shogo at this point in the game until, as you called it, gets a 3rd item for himself. And Maryville University still have an open oyster of a world on this Summoner's Rift to play for. Tier 2 in their sights in the mid lane, below 50% HP. The next minion wave, they should be able to fell it super easily. And Ole Miss will continue to dig deep and try to absorb the siege as much as possible.
Okay, 6 grubs. They're just going to be able to slam this out. That's a flash coming out from Rhino. This game has been so one-sided. Feels like we don't have much to talk about. We're kind of waiting for Maryville to end this game. Ole Miss have been kind of not really performing here in game number 4. Their bottom lane falling apart. This mid-jungle not really being able to do anything. And even Stray's Yorick that we were waiting for that finally did not get banned here in this game just has not been very effective right now. And Maryville trying to fight back in this series, trying to find themselves a game 5 so that they have the potential to win this series and potentially rewrite some of the narratives that were going on as we got closer into this game.
Will they try to look for... Oh, okay. You can see that Ole Miss were trying to see if there was any members that was delayed in the recalls and try to catch them off sync with each other. Almost had an opportunity, but not quite right on the timing there. Stray sent to the bottom side of the map. I want to go back to, you know, what you were talking about for Sajed and Zyko. The fact that they were able to get that early 2v2 has clearly created such a winning position for Maryville University. Obviously, Zamudo on this Scion has been damn near impossible to kill, but
Hey, he's playing Scion.
yeah, he is playing Scion, and like when we looked at this series holistically before we even began, we knew the advantages were going to be Maryville University solo laners favored. It was bot lane that was the big question. Now Spyrex under fire, still no flash as it's on Keel's timer. Stray sets up the dive, Keel's able to finish it off. Another turret goes over to the advantage of Ole Miss, but Baron is spawning in the next 3 seconds. You have to imagine that is going to be burned, but will someone answer Stray in the bot lane? I would prefer if Ole Miss just try and stall Maryville University on their bases and allow Stray to get as many turrets as possible.
There's also a dragon spawning. Zamudo is here to try to take space in this side of the river. They're going to try and burst out Zamudo, though.
I mean, look at this health bar. He is finally going down, and he flashes forward just to force the unstoppable onslaught and the bust and the jump from Shogo.
He doesn't die!
Zamudo still survives. Shogo not able to find the kill. Kill sent it, but the Soul Furnace shield. Zamudo is immortal on this Scion.
Oh, does he actually end up dying? Okay, 70, 80. He gets the plant as well.
No
Zamudo,
way,
I thought you
man.
were all about ending hunger. He leaves Ole Miss starving around the Baron. They're going to retake this Baron. Stray's going to continue to try to push. It looks like instead Ole Miss are going to try to focus on grabbing this dragon, but Zamudo's going to be able to walk down. You already see that Spyrax is in the area. Rel the same. Ole Miss, man, they use so much to try to get that. Shogo flashes forward thinking one more auto is going to do it. Not the case.
This Scion is freaking crazy, man. I am appalled, but also very, very entertained that a level 18 Scion is making this much of a difference. But as you called out, like 3 levels ahead of Stray's Yorick. Very little resistances were built in the first 2 items. Now he has Randuin's Unending Despair on top of Empowered Steel Caps and Bramble Vest. Yeah, if you do not have a Last Whisper item, you just cannot kill him as Shogo.
He doesn't have one. Shogo has a Noon Quiver, so he's never punching through this guy. He has a ton of HP. Maybe tries to opt for the Bork, but that's just a solo kill onto Keel. Yep. And now Maryville, I mean, with 6 grubs, with the Baron, everything's going to pour in. And Rafa, we are going to game number 5.
Maryville University now gotta drop the Nexus as they have been consistently dropping bodies on the side of Ole Miss in this 4th game of the series. Psycho sends it with the Magnet Storm. Rhino falls. The rest of Ole Miss are forced into the haven of that fountain. But game 4 belongs to Maryville University. We're going to game 5. Cue the Silver Scrapes.
Say goodbye, everybody. We thought maybe this was going to be a 3-0. A lot of people had Maryville still winning, even with Yuji off of the roster. With Shimmer stepping in, people still were thinking Maryville, who have been undefeated in this tournament, to look to go further here. But, I mean, this series is absolutely providing the exact amount of hype that we deserve and the fans are looking forward to, as is the number 1 seed versus the number 2. And what else, man? And then they don't even have all that much time to rest. Just like you, they've got a series later on tomorrow.
1 game stands between now both Maryville University as well as Ole Miss to determine who gets to fly to Raleigh, North Carolina first. Who gets to go to grand finals first of these 2 teams? For Maryville University, they want to continue their legacy of never missing a grand finals in CLOL since 2022. And for Ole Miss, it would be the first time making a grand final stage as a collegiate program. As we said before, y'all, Silver Scrapes time. We're going to game 5. See you after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, we asked for it and it has delivered. Game 5 in the upper finals between Ole Miss and Maryville University.
And finally, a big change coming into this series. Ole Miss choosing blue side for game number 5 here. The fact that they're able to win on red side so many times, being able to break some of that monotony that we've been seeing here on the patch. And we'll see if bans change all that much. Ole Miss have been adapting and kind of staying with the same 3 of Gwen, Azir, and Varus. But now that they're on blue side, it might be a Varus blue 1 coming on through. I've been kind of teased about. I know that Shogo has not been the biggest fan of this Varus champion, but we are kind of expecting to see Maryville also stay the same. There's that Scion this time, and if Maryville are keeping track of the champions that they've been banning, then it's going to be Lucian and the Kaisa as well. Instead, it's the Orianna.
Kaisa's available. What else could you go for on the side of Ole Miss here? We already saw that the Yorick was not a factor big enough for Maryville University to feel threatened by it. And I think they've pretty much dodged a majority of the B1 answers. No wow. So no Orianna, no Lucian, but for the first time this series, I think they're going to feel very much inclined to go for Varus.
Ooh, okay, we're flying through these picks. Maryville know what they want. They're getting the Misfortune for priority. They're letting Shimmer play Zin's out 3 games in a row now. Does Keel go for the Pantheon again? We could see a Vi, especially if we're trying to answer. It's going to be the Braum hover for right now. I like Braum or Leona. Again, Leona being able to stop Misfortune, but instead going for the Unbreakable. So could see this does disincentivize Maryville from going for very many melees here. Again, those concussive blows are incredibly strong.
Yeah. Keel has locked in Pantheon a majority of the series, however, is now going to double down into a front line dedicated for this squad. Sejuani locked in for Ole Miss.
Okay. We're getting Nico Misfortune. This is so strong. I know we've been seeing this in 2509, but just the ability to have such a strong laning phase. We'll see how Ole Miss is going to be able to deal with this ranged bottom lane, expecting for Sajed and Zyko to have that same level of priority that we have seen from them in game number 4. Now with a Sejuani on your side, there could be a Yone, but Asila has really, I think, been known more for his mage play instead of the ADs. So I'm not really expecting a Yone, but it is a very obvious duo that we have seen just across pro play.
Yeah, I'm double checking what Asila has played across CLOL as well as NACL, and just seeing if he has any melee champions in his arsenal. It does look like he had one Yone game in NACL. That's it in terms of melee champions, at least for NACL. I would have to do some digger deeping for CLOL stats, but it doesn't really give a lot of confidence that Ole Miss are going to pick in a melee champion for Asila and still probably sticking with a control mage of some sort.
Yeah, I like the Jace ban is an obvious flex for both Stray and Asila. We're getting rid of the Rise and the Silas. Kind of tells me that they want Ari here. Get an instant slam of the Zamudo Gangplank.
Holy moly.
So we're throwing it down. We're saying this is game 5. We've got priority in bot lane. Stray, no matter what top laner you play, I'm going to have global influence and I'm going to try and farm you. All right, I love to see it, and this is going to be counterpick for Spyrax.
Stray trying to dig deep into his champion pool. It is the Ambessa. This was the first time that we saw Stray being able to really make such a huge impact in a CLOL series where he was given a lot of resources early on as the Ambessa back in game 1, and he took over in the back half of fights when Shogo could not. And even though Asylum, I was about to say, they flash the Yone, but it's an Ari slam for Asylum.
Yeah, the Ari makes a lot of sense. So very explosive team fighting coming in from the University of Mississippi. Having that public execution alongside this Ari is going to matter so much. And for Maryville, really the only person that's going to be able to tank up any of this engage is going to be maybe Shimmer with his ultimate, the Crescent Guard. We're getting a couple of hovers here. We're going to get the Victor now. So University of Mississippi, so indexed on trying to get an advantage in the first 15 to 20 minutes. They have a lot of range that they can try to use. I assume this is going to be the lethality Varus, but you can go for on hit. I think it is very risky to go for on hit. I'd never want to be in range of a Misfortune, of a Xin Zhao. It would give him tank stats, but I think really wanting to outrange your opponents is so much better in this game, whereas Maryville, massive scaling. You have this Victor who's going to be able to deal so much damage. If this is the Rod of Ages build as well, I think you kind of put the enemy on a timer. Gangplank on like 2 and 3 items. Very, very scary.
This is it, y'all. We are down to the wire in our upper finals. The final challenge between both Ole Miss and Maryville University. The way that this series has played out, we couldn't have asked for a much more tense and a much higher banger between these two teams.
I think this series delivering exactly what we wanted to here in Collegiate Championship. This is the first real test that either of these teams have had going into this matchup. For Maryville, they lost a single game to UTM Phoenix, which is the 16th seed coming out of the East, but then 3-0s versus Northwood and Fisher. Ole Miss in a very similar fashion. They played against Weber State from the West, Illinois State from the North, and then they took on Western, which almost all of these were 3-0s, only the Illinois one going to 4. This is the first real test that our first and second seed will have, and of course it goes to game number 5. We get the Collegiate Silver Scrapes coming on over, and this game decides who will have a ticket immediately into the grand finals and who will have to play again tomorrow versus Winthrop University.
Result of either team winning here means the world to return to the biggest stage in collegiate grand finals. 1 game victory away for either of these teams. It's time to hit the rift for Ole Miss and Maryville University.
So much going into this match. Just the fact that we're finally getting a side swap. It has been 4 games in a row of Maryville on blue, Ole Miss on red. They use this first pick on blue side to grab themselves the Varus. I think a perfect meme that we get B1 Varus for Shogo. Ah, man. It's just incredible. We'll have to see. This is looks like it's gonna be the on-hit Varus, so will be very strong on 3 items, but you know, we'll see what Maryville have in store for them and what this top lane matchup is going to, because it feels like it has mostly been Zamudo favored outside of a handful of games, but with this Gangplank, I'm kind of expecting for Zamudo to really rock Stray in the matchup.
No level 1 shenanigans. Once again, it is the return of some early aggressive warding into the Raptor camp. Will not be contested or responded by Maryville University on Keel's own Raptor camp, so sole information going over to Ole Miss on tracking Shimmer in his first start.
All right. With both of the junglers heading on down towards the bottom lane, we are looking at Maryville having priority in a couple of these lanes. Victor is a lane mage that can really be very difficult to kind of push out of lane sometimes, and we're kind of starting to see that now. But, oh, there's a heal going down bottom lane. Shogo and Rhino, they found the concussive blows.
And Zyko forced to burn both of his summoner spells. Now down on HP, and both summoner spells on this Nico. A lane that is supposed to get very far ahead, double range into Braum and Varus. The fact that Shogun and Rhino are able to find the first advantage gives them a little bit of breathing room. Unfortunately for them, Sajed is still strong and healthy.
I just realized Sajed also got lethal tempo during that fight. He is going for an interesting build. Usually we see stuff like the PTA or, the occasional Arcane Comet. Instead, going for the lethal tempo, going to try to hope that he can try to weave in as many of those double taps as possible. We're going to get gank into mid lane, as it seems like for now, Sejuani is mostly just going to force Spyrax out of the lane. That's going to be the early flash, so as long as Asila can get access to the ultimate sooner rather than later.
Stray's waiting for cooldowns here. Good auto attack and the trial by fire from Zamudo, or not quite to force Stray out here, but at least just being able to keep his distance away from Stray. It definitely looked like there was an opportunity to go for a solo kill early on, but Zamudo sustaining up with the pot, still has a biscuit to play with, and at this point, Stray just trying to absorb as much of the minion wave as possible while not taking too much damage as Zamudo.
Wow.
God.
This is so tough. You can see how close this matchup is. Like you had noted when we saw the trade originally, it is kind of all playing around Trial by Fire, a very, normal trading pattern for a Gangplank. But I think for Stray, doing a good job of using those Drake count steps to make sure that he's kind of slowly eking out small advantages, right? It's all about, can I get a Grass proc here? Can I maybe get a little bit of chip damage here? It's going to be Zamudo with a pretty nice lead, though. About 200 plus HP on his lane opponent. And we're just getting those full clears coming in.
You already pointed it out during the draft. Zamudo said, go ahead, pick anything. Meanwhile, that's a punish on the Zyko. No flash on the Nico. And first blood goes over to Shogo's Varus. Shimmer tries to arrive to the party and bail them out, but he's forced to flash away. Does it in time before the concussive blows fully stack up for a stun. Spyrax now has a massive health advantage in this lane against the Sylas Ahri.
And he has a CS lead again here in the Victor Ahri matchup, so feeling very good the fact that he can try to lane bully this Ahri, and kind of feels the new versus the old we talked about for Maryville, the fact that they have a fully new roster. There's no longer any holdovers, no Niles on the team to kind of, be that last member from a 2019, 2017 run. He's in the coaching staff, but finally feels like Maryville can kind of move out from the shadow of older teams and kind of build a new foundation, a new legacy for their squad, especially with Sajed moving on over with Scary Jerry eventually graduating from the program and making it to LTA. Early plate here, though, and while on Vision, Gil missing out on some of his camps. Just, brother, we've got the first set of grub spawning soon. Let's get to level 5. Let's make sure we have access to our ultimate if we're able to grab one of these grubs.
Zyko returning to the bot lane now, fully healthy again on the Nico, has heal ready and available. Flash still off cooldown, but Ole Miss, their bot lane, not able to find a similar advantage that they were able to get early on at the level 1 stage of this bot lane duo, but at least Shogo trying to do his best to keep up in CS, but it's just so damn hard. Sajed already finding a pretty stark 20 CS lead.
That's huge. I think the fact that we're finally seeing a series, or a part of this series, where it is Sajed and Zyko, was the first blood going over to Shogo, so he's probably going to be staying very close to him in terms of gold. Experience probably going to be a completely different matter. Spyrax has ultimate, but no flash, and Asila does have that ultimate. Expecting to see Ole Miss play for these grubs. It's also the Gangplank ultimate being used. They're going to try to hammer this home. Shimmer's coming down.
Man.
You see that Stray's waiting, though. Stray is on his way and has teleport to match.
Public execution, looks for the Nico, knows that Zyko's flash still could be off cooldown, is burned. Stray follows up. The flash arrow from Shogo over the wall will give him his second kill of the game.
And Stray will be able to back, teleport top lane, and pick this up. Instead, actually, we might see the rotation of the bottom lane duo. While all this is happening, Keel is getting those Void Grubs, finishes them now. A fantastic punish coming in from Ole Miss, but I will say that is a pretty good trade if you are Maryville right now. Yes, you lose out on the kill, but you just got the flash out of Stray and Shogo in this play.
Asila still keeping his summoner spell intact. Spirit Rush was forced, though, thanks to Zyko making his presence felt in the mid lane. And now Ahri is not going to have this Spirit Rush. I think the grubs were already thankfully secured for Ole Miss in response. As now Stray is the one laning against Sajed.
I mean, Sajed just sat there and he's like, cool, you got on top of me? Well, here's a lethal tempo plus all the double taps hitting you right in the face. So he's able to bully him out. We'll see if Zamudo is going to be able to withstand this. Ward coming in will spot Zyko as he walks back into this wave. And Shimmer right now clearing up towards the top side of the map. Probably just here to try to save Zamudo as with Vision of Keel. I don't imagine there's going to be too much of a threat of a dive here. But I mean, Shogo has ultimate. Still waiting for that cleanse to come on through from Zamudo.
Decent chunk of damage from Shogo with that piercing arrow. Although Zamudo, thankfully, he's got oranges to eat. So as long as he can keep the sustain up. But it's been 2 or 3 back-to-back arrows that Shogo has fired out against Zamudo, really taking a big chunk of his health bar. It's going to put him under pressure now that Shimmer is pathing away from the gangplank.
All right.
I take it back. Is he thinking? Okay.
All right. Good job, Zamudo. It's another plate now going over to Shogo and Rhino. Oh, it actually doesn't go down. Okay, the dot is not enough damage. They'll get it on this next wave. Zyko and Sajed going to be moving on over. No dragon quite yet taken. Junglers are on this side of the map. I would say that Keel is slightly ahead. Right now he's about a camp ahead of his opponent, and we'll finish the red buff before Shimmer is done with his blue buff. Instead, they're making a move. I wanted to see Asila has the ultimate with this Ahri coming up soon. Maybe we see them rotate over and try to play towards their side lanes a little bit more. Part of the strength of Ahri is just how much movement speed she has between her Foxfire and the Spirit.
Big find by Keel right onto Spirax. The Glacial Prison allows Asila to connect that charm, and that's the feat of warfare secured for Ole Miss.
And look at the constant rotations. They're putting Stray back in top lane. Sajed and Zyko are going to have to move on over. I mean, Misfortune has a lot of movement speed, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Asila as well also still has the ultimate. Great find from Ole Miss to open up. It's the feats of warfare going over to them, and they'll be able to have access to this dragon.
TP, they're not burning down this dragon fast enough. I fear the rest of Ole Miss trying to bail out their jungler here. They're turning right onto Scylla instead. Cannon barrage already used by Zamudo. Zyko looking for the Pop Blossom will find Rhino. He steps behind them. Stray is going to send it as he dashes away back to safety. Keel trying to still burn down this first dragon of the game. Zamudo threatening on the right side. Multiple health bars are being depleted. Public execution runs out the game, but he flashes away. Good use of his abilities to be able to now keep his distance. Fires a nice barrel. The rest of Maryville University pouring into Ole Miss as they're on the wrong side of the tracks. They're on Maryville's side of the court here, and Shogo, Stray, and Asila are cut off from the rest of their teammates. There's no way that they make it out alive. Shogo falls. Big shutdown going over to Spirax's Victor. Zamudo fires a parlay into Asila, and now Stray is the final victim of the fight.
They're going to try and see if they can give this kill over to Sajed. It's not enough. It's going to be 3 kills going back to Maryville. The Dragon, thank you for the leash. Just a tough look there for Maryville. They were not able to deal enough damage. You had called it right there around the Dragon. Second Void Grub spawn. They're missing out on summoner spells, but Maryville feeling very good, especially being able to get a lot of KP onto this Victor, which means more evolves coming on through, feeling a lot stronger here. And honestly, Rafa, I am so afraid. This is going to be a damage build Victor with the Seraphs already underway. But Asila going for the Rod of Ages Ahri. I really dislike this build. And especially, I get it. You're talking about wanting to try to match scaling with scaling. But when you are playing this composition, and I think especially when you are playing this Ahri, that burst is just so much more important versus the enemy team.
Especially given the way that this game was playing out when you had alluded to the dangers of the scaling on Maryville University's side. You're almost pressed to try and get a snowball rolling for yourselves. And it seemed like Ole Miss was kind of getting that MO started. 2 kills had gone early to Shogo. Keel had helped Asila, pick up 1 for themselves in that Victor trade. But then to stumble around the first dragon of the game. At least for now, Ole Miss are the first ones here in the river, but I think they're not strong enough to force Maryville University away from the grub pit.
Oh, they're making an engage right now. That's the Shimmer's ultimate.
A lot of circles being used. Good block of the Misfortune ultimate by Rhino with the Unbreakable. Shimmer is under fire. Zyko trying to turn around. Pop Blossom onto multiple members here, but Stray is the first one to collapse. Spirax does not get to join the fight. Stray trying to make the difference once again on the Ambessa. Sajed is routed, and Ole Miss will wipe 2 off the map from Maryville without dropping a single man.
I think they're chasing for too long, though. Look at what Maryville are getting on the side lane. I really don't even care if Psycho dies here, because Gangplank has been hitting on this bottom lane tier 1. Victor got to push a wave in top side. So Ole Miss, they got a single grub, but they are losing out on the map. And now Zamudo teleports top lane. He is going to get so much gold during this entire trade. It is something that we talked about during this series, is how Maryville plays around their solo lanes and how they're able to walk themselves around the map. It is 2 plates here for Zamudo.
I mean, Zamudo is just surfing across the map, getting so many map advantages. He already forced the tier 1 turret to be destroyed on the bottom side of the map. And as you called it, quick TP to the top side. He's doing circles around Ole Miss and just running them around the map. And with Shimmer being able to rejoin the grub pit, he's at least able securing 1 denied away from the side of Ole Miss. So no chance for 2 Void Mites.
All right, well, they're able to at least get a majority of the grubs, so not too mad about that. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this. Stray is really far behind. 40 CS in that lane. Same in mid lane. Asila dropping a lot for Spyrax here. And this is not the kind of way that you wanted this to go if you are on the side of Ole Miss. They're going to try and overforce onto Zamudo.
He has no flash, can cleanse 1 CC ability with that orange, but Psycho and Sajed are here. Teleport is coming in from Spyrax. Blossom on a 2. Asila is under fire here, and Spyrax now arriving ensures that Ole Miss are not going to be able to defend this. Oh, Glacial Prison right on top!
Wait.
Shimmer is going to be the target here. Crescent Guard, he flashes away. It's bullet time! It's going to force them away! And that saves Shimmer's life. Ole Miss are not able to find anything there.
The Crescent Guard and the Flash, and then Sajed just buying space. A lot used on that play. I don't even think Stray's really going to be able to get much more out of this turret here. The wave's already almost dead, and even with 4 grubs, that was a massive investment from Ole Miss. And not being able to find any of those kills, guess what that means? More waves here for Spyrax. Misfortune gets back to this mid-wave a lot sooner, so they'll have priority here. Dragon spawns in 30, and I gotta say, Rafa, it feels like this game is very quickly getting away from Ole Miss as Maryville find edge over edge on top of this game.
A signature characteristic that we have hammered in for both of these teams is that Ole Miss willing to overgroup to find these explosive team fights. But if Maryville University are able to diminish any advantages Ole Miss get out of those plays, their map play is just significantly better. Look at the advantages that Zamudo and Spyrax have been able to get in every single game of this series, win or loss.
So we'll see. Maryville are now setting up around the dragon here. They still have a lot of their ultimates coming back up. Zyko's Pop Blossom still ready to go if they need it. 2 dragons a pop here for Maryville. They'll move right back into mid lane. They're going to continue to get gold here for Zamudo, who has 2 items on this Gangplank at 15.5 minutes. He is so damn strong in this game. And I mean, Zamudo has been a prospect that has really started to grow. There were questions as to whether or not he was kind of the real deal on some of those rosters that we saw from him in Tier 2, but underneath the Maryville banner, underneath a player like Niles giving him a lot of coaching, he has really developed into one of the best players, bar none, not even just laners, players in the league, not currently in the LTA.
I mean, back in the day, Niles was seen as the original GOAT of collegiate. He was seen as Captain America, the one that was going to bring, you know, promise of North American talent from the collegiate scene, you know, to, you know, beyond, whether it's Tier 2 or Tier 1. Niles, unfortunately, was, after this 2019 championship, not able to find another one as a player for Maryville University. It's a big, big set of shoes to fill for any top laner, as Zamudo so far has been able to fill it so gracefully. It's an overcommit from the side of Ole Miss to shut down this Gangplank, but once again, look at what Maryville University gets at the cost of Zamudo giving his life in this overextension.
It's just more ways for Spyrax, man. Like, I need to see Ole Miss really slam this mid lane Tier 1 if they want any chance of being competitive here, because no one is attacking this Victor right now. He is getting closer to his second item. He is getting more and more of these evolves as he hits level 11. Rift Herald is on the cards, and Zamudo will be able to teleport even if he's late. And even if he doesn't want to use a teleport, well, hell, there's Hextech Portal, so they can get closer and closer to this side of the map. Ole Miss still need to squeeze more water of stone here versus Maryville. And you can just see how much damage this Victor does, man.
Yeah. Rhino forced to recall already at 50% of his health bar. Sparks trying to push on the top side. He's got the backup of the rest of this 4-man core. Rift Herald should be secured. They have gotten 2 dragons so far this game, Dimitri. The Rift Herald uncontested by Ole Miss. I don't know how Ole Miss dig themselves out of this hole.
Shogo's
just
dead.
caught overextended.
Yeah. No one's there. They're still waiting for an escort. It's going to be the Rift Herald now, spawned immediately. The crash in mid. Everything falling apart for Ole Miss. But if you're Maryville, it is looking right as rain, as they're going to continue to charge in mid lane, get more gold for themselves, take more of these structures. We need to see insane team fighting if Ole Miss want any chance here. Otherwise, Maryville have all but locked up the series and are going to send themselves to Raleigh, North Carolina.
Stray is going to send it with the public execution. Good use of the oranges to cleanse the knockup. Stray taking a lot of damage on the back end. Can't even continue the chase. Has to wait for Keel to lock him down with the Glacial Prison. But Keel and Rhino were not able to make enough distance for Zamudo to be in danger, as Maryville University, Keel's just sending it under the tower. He queued over the wall and just stopped the base here. Going to try and chase him back, but someone's got to answer the top side from Maryville University.
Yeah, Victor and Sinzao are just going to hit on this top lane wave. Shimmer doing a really good job of just being able to kind of shadow his mid laner. I'm looking at Asila right now, or I'm looking at our mid lane. Spyrax already has at least 2 of those evolves. Dragon spawning in a minute's time. I think Ole Miss are trying to make sure that they get this bottom lane wave, and so they can get a little bit of gold for themselves coming into this next fight. Spyrax has to be so close to finishing his Leandries already, and Asila nowhere near completing that second item.
I didn't even take stock of this, Dimitri, but Shogo doesn't have barrier or cleanse this game. It's a Ghost Flash Varus. He's trusting on his instincts and his teammates to peel for him so that he can just try and maneuver and maximize his damage on this attack speed Varus, which you already said in draft is a risky strategy to go for in all of these damage dealers that Maryville University have on their side.
I think the best looks that we have seen from Ole Miss is obviously part of their team fighting, but just their early setups. When they are ahead, they feel like a team that really starts to suffocate you out of the game, and Varus is a strong champion, don't get me wrong, but having to wait until like 2-3 items is a little scary when you're having to play into a Gangplank who is now at 3 items. Spyrax on this Victor, able to teleport for this dragon play, and I think the cleanse, not him not having cleanse is fine. There's not very much that you can actually get rid of in terms of crowd control. Shimmer makes the engage, forces the flash.
Yeah, trading flash for flash, and that means Psycho can find a Pump Blossom undeterred! Zamudo follows up with a cannon barrage, flashing forward for Stray! Just like that, a triple kill for the Pirate King! Maryville University looking for more, onto Keel and Asila, a Spirit Rush and a Charm, onto Sajed, Asila trying to make the difference, flashing forward, finds the Nico, but you've got to deal with Shimmer, you got to deal with Sajed and Spyrax and Zamudo, they're still strong in the map. Zamudo able to find the tier 2 turn on the top side, gonna look for a base, and the rest of Maryville University can look for this dragon.
This feels like that has to be the series done. Maybe we get some legendary team fighting like we have seen in this series. Really, you look at the advantages right now. I can't believe we're saying it, but Sajed and Zyko are slamming Shogo and Rhino. They've been an impressive bottom lane all tournament long, but now 50 CS up on this lethal tempo. Keel makes a steal. I still don't know if this is really going to be enough. You've now delayed Maryville from getting a soul in 5 minutes. Maybe you've bought yourself some time here in this series, but Shogo has no summoner spells. They want to continue to go for this. They want to see if they can start up the Otacon.
I think if Ole Miss are doing this, they do not believe in letting the game play out normally. And you know what? I kind of agree with it. I kind of mess with it. Ole Miss are just going to rip the Otacon right here and beckon Maryville University to challenge them. But that is a big, big question mark from the side of Ole Miss. They're trying to turn on to Shimmer first. Crescent Guard already popped. Zamudo trying to kite with the barrels, but it was popped early. Bullet time over the wall. Pop Blossom sends the demise of Rhino and Asila and Stray and Shogo and Keel, the last two members of Ole Miss. They're going to have to dig deep, but a gravity well will put Shogo into the dirt, and Maryville University say thank you very much for the leash and ace for Maryville.
Zamudo lives for so long, whether it's the Scion or the GP. He ends up taking too long for the enemy team to kill, plays that incredibly well, and Maryville will get the false lives of the Otacon. Maryville will move up to almost an 11,000 gold lead here, and Maryville will be looking to take Game 5 of the upper finals and move on to the grand finals in North Carolina. Just this team fight, the ultimate misses from Stray happens. Shogo is nowhere near to start. Shimmer wasting so much time alongside Zamudo being able to take down this Mbessa. The early lanes never went their way. They lost the 2v2 in bottom lane, and Asila honestly has not been the same laner as Spyrax. He has been having so much of an influence. These two solo laners for Maryville performing, and especially everybody from Maryville right now stepping up in game number 5 as the best program to ever play in Collegiate League of Legends, looking one step away from continuing their winning streak and not losing until grand finals.
And it even took the best collegiate roster Ole Miss has been able to field within their program since its inception in 2023. And it still might not be enough to stop Maryville University from returning to the grand final stage for a third year in a row.
Let's see. I want to see if Maryville and how Maryville are going to close this one out. It's very simple for them. 3 items now completed for Sajed. Spyrax moving closer and closer to his second. Zamudo bought an entire Infinity Edge here. Like, this guy is getting paid. This guy has the Gangplank bucks on lock. He is splitting in topside. Maryville are playing a 3-lane setup right now and are looking to choke Ole Miss out of this lineup.
Continuing the pressure onto this tier 2 tower. Zamudo forcing Stray to answer on the top side. Keel trying to jump onto Zamudo. The charm gets the oranges to use for the cleanse. Public execution right on top of Zamudo. This is a false life that they're taking. Shogo already forced out of the fight. Will have to retreat to the base. Fires another piercing arrow. Not going to do that much damage to Maryville University. Zamudo now respawning. Has teleport if Maryville University needs his assistance.
Could also be, kind of see some of the pings. Maybe Ole Miss feeling like, are we going to have to do a desperation Baron here? Dragon spawning in a minute, with Ole Miss stealing that last one, kind of saves them in this game. Keel, good job. You know, emoting Spyrax. I'm glad that there's some love there. We're having some fun here in game number 5 still, but Shimmer walks on forward.
Shimmer flashing forward onto Shogo once again. Shimmer willing to trade his flash for Shogo's own. Rhino under fire. The Chaos Storm traveling and chasing Rhino. He's able to make it out alive, but the pressure done by Maryville University is enough for them to walk towards the Baron, and you have to imagine that there's not a damn thing Ole Miss can do to contest it, but they're going to have to try, Dimitri.
All right, Keel. You're brought onto this roster to unlock a second level for this team. You and Asila, some of the newest members from last year's run for Ole Miss, need to step up and perform. Asila has had a rough time in this series versus Spyrax. Keel, I think, has been a better and more consistent player than Shimmer, but this might be it. I mean, Stray is just getting caught out.
He tried to use the public execution to get away. Bullet time, blocked by Rhino, saves his top laner, but the Pop Blossom flash by Psycho will ensure Stray going down for the next 40 seconds. Zamudo looking for a barrel, stunned up at the Glacial Prison, maybe overstep. He flashes, and he is still alive! Zamudo is truly immortal and stepping into the shoes that Niles left to go and coach this roster. But Maryville University do not disappoint. The legacy continues to shine.
Yep, that's going to be Dragon. That'll put them on soul point here for Maryville. 10,000 gold here for Maryville. And look, the rest of this tournament now is the North versus the NECC. Coming into CLOL, it was really a question of, is Maryville going to take this entire thing, or is a championship roster like the University of Mississippi, like Winthrop University, going to push them and make a run? Well, it's looking more and more likely like we are going to get an NECC rematch here, as Ole Miss are destined at this point to move on to the lower bracket tomorrow and play against Winthrop. It's soul point for right now, but Ole Miss, I mean, the strength of your roster right now is going to have to rely on Shogo, but he has no flash. Shimmer has recognized his job, trades his summoner spells constantly with this Varus. And now you're going to be walking in, you're going to be taking a Baron for this team, and the waves are not at all in a great spot for Ole Miss.
That's right. And Maryville are just waiting for Ole Miss to step up first. They don't need to force the Baron and let Keel get a flip opportunity. Just wait for Ole Miss to mess up first. Shimmer jumping onto Keel. Cannon Barrage slows them down. Maryville University looking for Sejuani first. Rhino steps up, throws down the Glacial Fissure, trying to defend his jungler from certain death. Silas trying to step up with the Charm. Pop Blossom on the 2. Stray finds the backline. Sajed falls, but it's still Zamudo alive alongside Spirax. Shogo trying to ramp up now. The Gravity Zone gonna slow him down.
Asila!
Finds the Charm on the Psycho, but doesn't find Zamudo. It's Zamudo versus Shogo, and it's Zamudo that prevails. Quadra kill for the Gangplank. You can change the players, but the legacy remains the same. Maryville University will repeat history and advance to the biggest stage in collegiate. Maryville University will book their tickets to Raleigh, North Carolina, and Maryville University, I might have sold it a little too soon, Alk. I'm not gonna lie.
No, Mark! No, it's okay. They're winning the fight. They were winning the fight. Keel's going to try and chase them out. Zamudo and Spirax, all series long, have looked like the guys to beat. They have performed so admirably throughout this entire season, even in NACL, even across the multiple different lanes. Zamudo is going to try to escape. His team is here to back him up. Keel, it's a nice look with the ultimate, but it is not enough. Maryville rely on the Zamudo and Spirax to carry them in a fight that was as close as it was going to get, despite being down 12,000 gold for Ole Miss.
They breached the base, but Nexus turrets still remain on the side of Ole Miss. And as we have said before, if the Nexus still stands, there is still hope for Ole Miss. They engage onto Keel. Cannon Barrage already used. Crescent Guard used preemptively. Shimmer forced to flash. Public Execution goes wide. Doesn't hit. Shogo. Flash is coming up in just a few seconds. Rhino falls to Zamudo. Stray retreating with a Drake Hound step. Rest of Maryville University chasing after Ole Miss. Keel isolated. The jungler falls for Ole Miss. And now Maryville University have the opportunity to take the Baron for free.
Zamudo is way too damn good on this gangplank right now. This guy is schmoving around the map. He is exploding Ole Miss's backline and stopping them from walking forward. A very easy Baron for Maryville. A minute and a half. If they can't win in a minute and a half, it doesn't even matter because they have a soul that they can play with. Hextech portals are going to get Maryville back out onto the map, and the Saints are looking to take Game 5. Now let's see how far they can go. They're at 14,000 gold right now. Maybe we get a 15, maybe we get 16,000. I don't know, but it seems like we're getting the finishing touches on this series.
Maryville just taking the extra steps, being cautious, and guaranteeing this victory over... Oh god, Psycho flashes away, had the Protobot as well. A decent look from Ole Miss to try and force a numbers advantage. But Maryville University now can rely on the open inhibitor in the mid lane to call back Ole Miss to defend, and they will focus their efforts through the bottom lane.
All right, I mean, hell, you've got Baron. Why not keep looking for this? They try to make this play
Glacial
onto
Prison, right on top of Shimmer, but he's got the Crescent Guard, keeps himself alive. Rhino, the only person stepping onto the front line. Zamudo pops a Styla. Rhino falls next. Look at the barrels. Psycho follows up. Doesn't even need the pop. Blossom, Maryville University now find themselves all 5 members strong. Shogo, the last line of defense, will not survive. And this time around, Maryville University have done everything they needed to make this happen. Every last challenge thrown their way, they have defied, and they will return to grand finals for a 3rd time in a row. Maryville University will see you in Raleigh, North Carolina.
What an insane series. The fact that it opens up on an amazing Game 1 opener, Maryville fight back in Game number 2, they lose Game 3, and then they're able to chain 2 wins together in such convincing fashion. Like you said, 3 finals in a row for Maryville University, and even evening up the series score versus Maryville and Shogo. Now 5-5. I'm even looking at my sheet right now. If I do the math correctly, so we have 11-4 for Ole Miss. We go 12-4 for Maryville. It is 40-20. It is 40-38 in game score between the North and the NECC right now. An incredibly close bout between these two. Impressive stuff from Maryville, really digging deep in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this was truly the greatest challenge that this Maryville roster has faced.
Yes.
Not just in collegiate. I think Ole Miss pushed them to a point that we had not seen in NACL. Granted, in NACL, they had Yuji. For a majority of the season,
yes,
they had Yuji. And Shimmer had big shoes to fill coming into this series. And early on in the first half, it really seemed like Ole Miss were taking advantage of it. They were getting the better of Shimmer and taking advantage of some of the misplays, whether it was nerves, preying upon him. But then in the second half, his team rallies behind him. They're able to play around his advantages, and whether it was, talks behind in between games or Shimmer, on his own, locking down the mental and clutching up. He understood what his role was perfectly in games 4 and 5 and never allowed Shogo to really be unleashed in these last 2 games.
Yeah, the series so far, if you think about the bouts, it has been kind of, can the solo laners of Ole Miss hold on and, provide an even enough playing field for Shogo to kind of take over in fights? And yes, there were moments. I think that Game 1 gave us probably the best example of an Ole Miss that is firing on all cylinders with their solo lanes, especially for someone like Stray. But as the series went on, Zamudo just looked better and better and better. He was constantly a big focus of the games. Even in those Rise games, he was just so influential. Maryville, the way that they play the map is so impressive, and I'm very happy to just give this MVP over to Zamudo. I think there's no one else.
Yeah.
Maybe you can argue for Spyrax, but game after game, consistency matters, and Zamudo, even in that first game, still providing so much value for this team.
I mean, this was really the biggest test that Zamudo had to answer for this entire collegiate season so far. And obviously, it's not over yet. They've now made their way to the grand finals. They've booked their tickets to Raleigh, North Carolina, but they're going to have to do it one last time to win Maryville University their first title since 2019. But it's something that I'm so enthusiastic about is the last time Maryville won a championship, it was with their now current coach Niles, who was playing in top lane, and that was the biggest question for CLOL. Once Niles stepped down from the main roster and stepped into a coaching role, who fills in those shoes? It's not an easy thing to do, and you talked about before, Zamudo has slowly out of nowhere went from being, a top lane prospect that not many people, frankly, had eyes on in the community. And he has slowly become potentially the best top laner we have in all of Tier 2, definitely in collegiate here.
I think he had a lot of questions about him at the beginning of towards the end of 2023 when he was on AOE, but ever since joining in the middle of June, he has just looked so incredible. We have an interview ready. It seems like we are ready to bring on Zamudo for one last victory lap for Maryville. Zamudo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Zamudo Goat, why the hell do you have us?
Um, my girlfriend got me that.
Oh
Nice.
hell
All right.
yeah, W girlfriend, bro.
W girlfriend. Well, I wanted to say congratulations again on this win. We did give you MVP. I wanted to ask you, kind of like going into this series, and now looking back, how would you rate yourself? How did you feel going into today?
Um, I think I mean going into today, I was feeling kind of unconfident just because I feel pretty sick this past week. I think there's like a sickness in the lab right now. Like Shimmer's also sick right now. He's right next to me.
Okay. Okay.
But
Cool.
I mean, I'm just relieved that we won, honestly.
I mean that series looked so stressful. I mean between the game 3 50-minute banger, I gotta ask, what were the comms like in some of those late game scenarios? Did it come down to a single member on your team trying to help calm down the squad going into games 4 and 5? Was it a talk with Coach Niles? Who did you feel like stepped up the most in not just playing well on the Rift, but also just getting everyone to recompose themselves after such a brutal game 3?
Coming into games 4 and 5, I mean, Niles ordered me something to eat, so that's probably like the biggest thing that changed for me personally.
Dang.
But I mean, overall, everyone just stepped up, when our backs were against the wall.
What did he get? What was the order?
You got me some mala tofu and rice.
Oh, ooh, okay. He kind of clutched up low key. Okay.
He actually did.
Yeah. Kind of wanted to ask a little bit about bringing on Shimmer. Obviously, like this is a pretty big change for you guys. You guys still were able to win last week with Toasty stepping in. How's it been with your new jungler and kind of moving forward?
I mean, playing with Shimmer is definitely an experience, But I love the.
I
love
saw
his
some of those in-game
enthusiasm.
chats, bro. Don't worry. We got the logs.
I will say, he does type a lot, but
Yeah.
honestly, to avoid tilting myself, I always block the entire enemy team and Shimmer, so I can't see when he types in all chat. But I actually I love his enthusiasm. I love working with him. He's a great guy.
Is that Clerky?
There's big man
What's up,
Clerky on
Clerky?
campus.
Sup, Dan? Oh man, honestly, that just tells me that Shimmer is giving off very strong APA vibes. Where even his teammates will talk about they have to mute APA on their own team because it's distracting sometimes. But like you said, the enthusiasm is definitely appreciated, and I think it's just so incredibly hyped for you guys now to make it to your first, if I'm not mistaken, CLOL finals. You're gonna be there live in Raleigh, North Carolina. Apart from playing on a LAN, on the final stage, is there anything else that you're looking forward to with the travel ahead of you?
I mean, nothing I'm particularly looking forward to. I mean, I'm super excited. I want to I know this means a lot to Jalal and Spyrax and
Yeah.
Dan and Niles and Zyko even to win a CLOL championship. And
Mm-hmm.
I want to I it's less that I want to win the CLOL championship, but it's more that I want to make sure that they're not sad.
So
Yeah,
you're
if
doing
anything,
it
like
for
pay them back. I mean,
Yeah,
your support may have accidentally. He might be the sixth man for the enemy team next week. 'Cause I don't know if you saw the social media post where he's like, "What do I want to be remembered by?" And it's like for never winning a single
Ooh.
CLOL champ.
I mean,
So I think Crowdgen might have to step up next week. All I'm saying, he might be on his way in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So maybe that ends up coming on through.
I mean, it's a shame, like maybe. I mean, Ryan's dream won't come true. He'll be remembered for winning it.
Okay, maybe that's the case.
And
Zmido, I wanted to give the floor to you if there's anything else you wanted to talk about or if there's any shout outs you wanted to do. And again, congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to shout out my brother, my mom and dad. Shout out my entire team. Shout out Dark Zero. Shout out Draxter. Shout out Parth. Shout out Shimmer again. And shout out Whisper.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for winning today. A very hard-fought series, one that obviously went all the way to 5. And we'll see you in Raleigh, North Carolina.
See you then.
Damn. That's it. That's the last game, last series that we'll be playing today. Exciting stuff, but I think that when we look forward, big series tomorrow. Ole Miss, they do not get any chance to rest here, as tomorrow, same time tomorrow, I'm assuming that we're going to be starting around 12 p.m. PST. We are going to be having ourselves the last lower finals. It is going to be between Winthrop and Ole Miss Ole Miss Esports. They're going to have themselves a very big chance to prove themselves. Kind of a difference in momentum.
God.
I think a heartbreaking Game 5 there, while Winthrop are kind of on the up and up and still making a lower bracket tear.
I mean, there's an argument for a heartbreaking game too. If Ole Miss, are able to clutch the behind the game state scenario that they were able to muscle their way through, who knows? What could the series would have looked like in the end. But this is the result of Maryville University's resilience and their tenacity to be able to prove their way through all 5 games in total. And that's the end of the line for these situations. But reminding everyone at home where we lie in the bracket stage. Ole Miss being knocked down to the lower finals by Maryville University, who have clinched their spot in the grand finals. And this means, Dimitri, no matter who is the other team that goes to Raleigh, North Carolina at the result of tomorrow's series conclusion, we have incredible history potentially being repeated. Obviously, if Ole Miss are able to overcome Winthrop, they get a rematch into Maryville University, and you guys all just saw what a banger that series was going to all 5 games. But if Winthrop are the ones who continue and complete that lower bracket run into grand finals, we're getting 2021 CLOL Finals rematch. And everyone remembers that finals as being basically the finals that started the drought for Maryville University's collegiate championships.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get a chance in 2020 because of unforeseen circumstances that may have happened in that year. But the 2021 CLOL Championship, being able to kind of get a big upset for Winthrop, especially as Winthrop were, I think, massive underdogs in that series. You come into that, you're like, is this team really going to be able to do it with like Doxa and the rest of the crew? There were some questions as to whether or not they were going to be able to
Forest as well on that jungle squad too, right?
Yeah.
Orange.
Utah finally having some kind of representation at the CLOL Championship aside from yourself. But there's some big questions. I think either way, Maryville are going to be going into that series as favorites yet again, and that does come with some baggage. Again, just always falling short a little bit. Some of those players who were part of those finals still here for Maryville and going to have to shake that off. It's a while before we get to grand finals. It's going to be at the very end of the month. Really want to hype up this next series tomorrow. Ole Miss versus Winthrop. It is a rematch of the NECC conference. They played twice over there, ended up still beating them twice overall for Ole Miss, and it's a rematch of 2023 NECC grand finals where, again, Winthrop were able to actually win that. So hopefully with a new roster, with some more fire underneath them, Ole Miss are going to have to retool some of their drafts and hopefully come in prepared for tomorrow.
I do not envy Ole Miss's position after coming so close and not being able to beat Maryville University in the end, because now you have to go to sleep probably and try and, eliminate as many regrets as you've had and just push them to the side and say, there's nothing we can do about it now. We can only move forward and think forward onto the next series and just show that we deserve to go to Raleigh, North Carolina by beating Winthrop tomorrow. But that's it, Dimitri. That is the conclusion of today's broadcast. What a day. Oh
Yes.
my word. I mean, the swift 3-0 by Winthrop was definitely brutal, but then this turbo 5-game banger. I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. My body's going to disagree with me in a few hours from now, but you know what? My heart and mind are definitely very grateful to be part of this broadcast, and I hope everyone at home was able to enjoy it as much as you and I did here on the casting booth.
We had a lot of fun. Again, make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. We'll be back again at 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST for the last game before the grand finals. It'll be Ole Miss versus Winthrop. You won't want to miss it. For everybody here on the broadcast, St. Clair, and everybody who was able to help us alongside with our producer, Lexi, we want to thank everybody who was in Twitch chat to witness these two amazing series today. And for myself and Rafa, we're going to bid you adieu. Have a great night, and everyone take care. We'll see you tomorrow.